All right, folks, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Give me just a second to get things set up. I'll adjust this microphone down a little bit. There we go. That should be a little less obnoxious. We do have a tornado warning now. This is going to be for Palo Pinto County. So we're going to go ahead and begin our severe weather coverage now. We're going to be live on multiple platforms here. I'm going to have to mute that TV in just a second, and then we'll hit the Facebook. Give me just 1 second. All right, folks, let's see how that's going to do. But quickly, while we get set up, we do have a tornado warning now. This is going to be just northeast of Gordon in Palo Pinto County. I'll go ahead and make sure the camera's actually pointed at me. Hi there. Happy birthday. Merry Christmas. We'll hit the live button on Facebook. And again, we do have a tornado warning now. This is going to be for Palo Pinto County in North Texas. This is going to include the city of Mineral Wells. This is a tornado warning now for a dangerous severe thunderstorm moving northeast at about 30. That is 30 miles per hour. This tornado warning does include the city of Mineral Wells. So we want folks little louder volume here. Folks in Mineral Wells, southwest to Gordon, down to west to Santo, including the community of Palo Pinto, to go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. This is going to be a tornado warning now for a radar indicated circulation, meaning we have a possibility of a tornado producing thunderstorm here. That means those of you in Palo Pinto, those of you in Mineral Wells, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. This circulation is about 3 to 4 miles northeast of Gordon, moving off to the northeast at about 30. That is 30 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. And you can see we definitely have an area of circulation being depicted here northeast of Gordon. And this is going to be moving up northeast relatively in a straight line towards the city of Mineral Wells. That means those of you in the city of Mineral Wells, we need you to go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Jason, if you're listening, I just put the TSC version of this public. Otherwise, y'all can watch us live on YouTube, Facebook, Texas Storm Chasers website in the free mobile app. You're looking at the which way the wind is blowing mode. This is a product in the radar that is able to tell us if winds are moving towards the radar or away from the radar. In this case, in Fort Worth, and this allows us to determine we do have a strong area of low-level rotation being depicted here. Back over to the how hard it's raining mode, and you can see, welcome back to the fall. After several months of less active weather, we're back with rowdy thunderstorms, and this is a very nasty-looking supercell capable of producing a tornado now about 4 miles northeast of Gordon in Palo Pinto County. This will be north of Interstate 20, so if you're on I-20 right now, south of Brazos, west of 281, you're likely looking north and you're likely able to see a very nasty looking wall cloud. That's moving away from Interstate 20, but is moving up towards Highway 180 and the city of Mineral Wells. So those of you in Mineral Wells, west of Mineral Wells on Highway 180 out to Palo Pinto, just east of Metcalf Gap, we need you to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this is a well-developed supercell, certainly capable of not only producing a tornado, but large hail, damaging winds, and again, even the possibility of a tornado here. So what we're going to do, you can see the latest scan just came in. That hook is a little less prevalent now. What likely happened is that hook kind of swung around into the circulation, what's called the rear flank downdraft. And as that occurs, we can see what is sometimes called an occlusion, where as that circulation starts to wrap up, or that rear flank downdraft wraps around, it can cut off the inflow or cut off the warm, unstable air into the low-level circulation. So let's see if we've had any changes, and you can see we still have a very well-defined circulation here. I'll show you the meters. We have 30 miles moving away from the storm, and we have about 30 away. So we have a 60-mile-an-hour circulation here. And again, this is the only tornado warning we have in the state of Texas right now. And this is for a storm about 5 miles northeast of Gordon, moving off to the northeast towards the city of Mineral Wells. This is about, now as the crow flies, this is about 3 miles west northwest of Santo, about 9 miles west of Brazos, about 14 miles southwest of Mineral Wells. And again, it is moving north northeast towards the city of Mineral Wells at about 30 miles an hour. So, Mineral Wells, you've got a bit of time, but heads up, you do have a storm capable of at least producing a tornado at this moment moving your direction. This storm's also likely dropping large hail. We could be talking about ping pong ball size hail, along with damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. Now, we have other thunderstorm activity ongoing out here right now. I'll show you with a loop. In fact, let's do it this way. Let's press some buttons. I'll show you a loop over the last couple of hours. You can see satellite imagery. A lot of thunderstorms underway. We've got thunderstorms western North Texas, extending southwest along a cool front down into the Big Country and the Concho Valley, down to the Big Bend even. We have some storms all the way down to Interstate 10. The only storm capable of producing a tornado right now is southwest of Mineral Wells by 14 miles, moving northeast at 30. That means those of you in Mineral Wells, this storm's going to be near you probably around 6:25 p.m. 6:25 p.m. Mineral Wells, a storm capable of producing, right now at least, a tornado, large hail damaging winds. You can see San Angelo, it's storming, it's pouring. You've got a flash flood warning in the city of San Angelo right now, so watch for street flooding. We've got heavy rain moving east of Abilene, flash flood warning for Abilene. Guess what? It may have been drier than a popcorn fart for the last couple months, but all this rain falling down so quick, it still has to run off into the rivers and lakes before that flash flooding dwindles. So that is why, even if, it's dry, it's drought, guess what? You still get 2 inches of rain in an hour. It's still going to flood the roads and the trouble spots and the creeks and the streams until all that water can flow into the larger tributaries, lakes, etc. So let's take a look quickly. We'll take a look down here in the Concho Valley. And again, we've got a supercell northeast of Sanderson, way out in the middle of nowhere. It's not an issue for Sanderson. That's probably dropping some really big hail, tennis ball size hail. That's probably 20 miles northeast of Sanderson. Ozana, you've got a storm approaching from the west with maybe nickel size hail, 50 mile an hour winds, heavy rain. We got storms with heavy rain from El Dorado up through San Angelo, Eden, Miles, Ballinger, Winters, Tuscola, City of Abilene, Brownwood. Tracy Norris is getting annihilated by a storm with small hail right now. I'm sure she's blaming me for that wholeheartedly. That's okay. That storm's moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. If that intensifies a bit, they may issue a severe thunderstorm warning. But Lake Brownwood, you're getting some good rain right now. City of Brownwood as well. Watch for street flooding. The only storm right now that's being a problem in the spinny uh-oh department is this one. Now, about 13 miles southwest of the city of Mineral Wells, moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Let's see if we can't get some more city labels on here. And again, if we're not talking about you, that is a good thing. Trust me, because you don't want to be dealing with these storms. But, oops, that's not a good button to press. Sometimes you press good buttons, sometimes you don't, and it's the bad ones you don't want to press. So the good news is we have no reports right now of a tornado down. This is a radar-indicated threat. Looking at the rotation, it's a bit weaker now, so that's good. The rotation's a bit weaker than it was a few minutes ago. We always like it when these start trending down, but it doesn't mean they're going to stay that way as we continue to deal with this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now. Oh, as the crow flies, circulation is about 4 miles northwest of Santo, about 9 miles west of Brazos, or 13 to 12 to 13 miles southwest of Mineral Wells, moving off to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. All right, let me make sure we have this set. Make sure we have everything on the website we need to have on the website. I believe we do. And those of you watching us on the live stream, watching us here on YouTube, Facebook, thanks for joining us this evening. We're live for a tornado warning at this point, and that's going to be a tornado warning out here in western North Texas for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado about 12 miles southwest of Mineral Wells, moving off to the northeast at 30. miles per hour. I suppose it would help if I turned on my little light here. There you go. It may help, it may not. If it doesn't, well, that's okay. But again, we have no confirmed reports of this being a tornado down right now. The area of rotation we've been watching is definitely weaker at this moment than it was 10 minutes ago when this tornado warning was first issued. So that's good. But it definitely does not mean we are donezo. The storm's definitely capable of producing hail. Radar thinks we may have some ping pong ball size hail right now. May not be that big, but definitely the potential for some strong winds, heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning again, perhaps a quick spin up tornado. And it does not take a long duration, big, bad, very mad, tornado down to cause significant damage. You can have something down for 30 seconds that takes the roof off your house. Well, if it does that, well, guess what? It is a very big deal for you. So that's why we are here providing live severe weather coverage here on the Texas Storm Chasers on this.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Potter and Randall County in Texas.
The 24th of October, 2025. Could hear that. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning now up in the Panhandle region. It's not on this map yet. We'll take a look up here. Yeah, those of you in Amarillo, you've got a storm coming in right now on the southwest side of town. You're probably getting some hail with that. I know another storm up here earlier actually did produce a quick landspout tornado, so I'm curious to see if the same is going to happen with this. I believe Storm Chaser Blake Brown's in this vicinity, probably because he lives there. Go figure. But again, Amarillo, especially southwest sides of town, you could begin some quarter-size hail right now. Strong wind gust, a lot of heavy rain and lightning, and we'll see if we're able to squeak out a quick landspout tornado out of that. So we'll await reports from that. Otherwise, we do have some storms in West Texas, southeast of Dimmitt to Littlefield. Those storms generally moving off, I believe, to the east slowly. Back down here, this is our severe storm capable of producing a tornado in Palo Pinto County. Good news, though, is that circulation is definitely looking weaker than it was. It's about, still a good maybe 12, 13 miles southwest of Mineral Wells, but it is moving northeast at about 30. We've seen a bit of an evolution occur with this. I'll go ahead and put a loop on just to show you what we have. I'm going to try to do this without breaking things. All right, so what I want to do here, if this is actually going to work, yeah, there you go. You can see how over the last several minutes, this went from a very well-organized supercell to one where that circulation has become far less obvious. You can see that hook is gone, and that overall structure has morphed into more of, it's very messy now. So that's good, because that hopefully means this thing is losing some of its organization. The hail signature is a lot weaker, and that's good news. Now, we have a tornado warning in effect until 6:30 p.m. This is for central Palo Pinto County and western North Texas. For reference, you can see Parker County, Weatherford, east up Mineral Wells. You can see DFW Metroplex out here. And this is the X, that's Parker County, but I like saying Parker just to annoy people. Otherwise, again, we've got storms all the way up from Montague County, Wise County. These storms are moving east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour with quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, and gusty winds. But the only storm that has managed to become a problem thus far in western North Texas and the tornado department is this thunderstorm out here in eastern portions of Palo Pinto County. The good news is, though, the trend is our friend right now, and this storm has shown signs of being less intense over the last several minutes. The rotation's still there, it's just a lot weaker right now. Now, does that mean there's not anything going on? No. I mean, there still could be something that's squeaking out of here. And I'll tell you what, I don't like... what I'm looking at here and doing a little meteorological mumbo jumbo. You can see looking out here, That right there. Look at that little signature here. Now, I think this is most likely just noise in the radar, but a little bit of a lowered correlation coefficient right there. And sometimes when you have these circulations weaken, they tend to move west, and it almost looks like right there, southeast of Metcalf Gap, directly south of Palo Pinto, might be a signature of maybe something mischievous. We'll see. But we're also in the time of year where, we have a lot of leaves that have fallen, and sometimes those actually can present false tornado debris signatures because it's not particularly difficult to get leaves flying up in the air. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Otherwise, let's take a look what's going on farther southwest. We have flash flood warnings all the way from Big Lake to McCamey. We've got a flash flood warning in effect for Tom Green County around San Angelo. We've got flash flood warnings up in portions of Taylor County for the city of Abilene. So a lot of heavy rain, a lot of flood. And you can see a broken line of storms here extending from northeast of Sanderson to Ozana to El Dorado, up to Eden to Ballinger to Abilene. We've also got storms over Brownwood up to Cisco. And then we've got discrete activity west of Mineral Wells and southwest of Mineral Wells. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that. We've got storms in eastern Jack County up into Montague County. Now, here's something we're going to watch. Notice this storm southwest of Runaway Bay. A little bit of a wind signature there. I think that's more of a wind signature than anything. We're going to keep an eye on that. That storm's starting to show a little more intensification. So we will see what is going on. Otherwise, we'll take a look at the statewide view again. And you can see the satellite. Press radar on. You can see it's going to be a loud night across the eastern 2/3 of Texas. We've got storms, we've got rain. We're going to have more storms and more rain spreading east across really the eastern 75% of Texas tonight into Saturday morning. So, a lot of y'all aren't getting rain right now. A lot of y'all are going to get rain overnight into Saturday morning. And then the eastern half of Texas are going to end up having additional rain tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow night. So, the reason we're here right now is the Weather Service in Fort Worth has a tornado warning out for central and eastern Palo Pinto County. That's for this storm approaching the city of Mineral Wells. That tornado warning goes for another 15-ish minutes. And we'll see what they decide to do with this. The storm itself looks less organized than earlier, but still a pocket of strong winds, and it looks like they just canceled that tornado warning. Let me confirm that. Yeah, the tornado warning has been canceled. So the Weather Service has gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning for portions of Palo Pinto County, and that is good news. All right. So I've got to press some backup buttons here. So that means we'll be able to take a look at what we expect going into the overnight and evening hours here shortly. And that's going to be good news. All right. So what I'm going to do real quick is I recorded a quick video update right before we came on air here. So I'm going to let that play, and that's going to give you all a good idea of what the forecast is overnight into tomorrow. So we'll go ahead and let that play in just a second, and then we'll be back with your next severe weather updates. Risk of severe storms increasing over the next several hours across North Texas, the Big Country, the Hill Country, the Concho Valley, and eventually Central Texas. It's October 24, 2025, 6 p.m. Let's get into it in this Texas Severe Weather Update. Here is the severe weather going into the evening and overnight hours from the Storm Prediction Center. We are looking at the potential for scattered severe thunderstorms that continue across really a large chunk of the state. Big Bend, Edwards Plateau, Concho Valley, Big Country, West Texas, Northwest Texas, North Texas, Central Texas, Hill Country, South Central Texas, and then after midnight, we're looking at the coastal plains, the Brazos Valley, and Southeast Texas as a line of robust storms moves from west to east. Main threat with the strongest storms this evening overnight, damaging straight-line winds, spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain with a risk of localized flooding, and maybe some hail. Now, let's get into what things look like right now. Here's the radar. Over the last hour and a half, again, it's about 6 p.m. now. We've got severe storms now. Palo Pinto County, west of DFW, approaching Mineral Wells. We got some storms down southwest, west of Brownwood. Sorry, Tracy Norris. San Angelo, down into the northern Edwards Plateau. All that activity going to be moving east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Again, strongest storms, and we're going to see an uptick in intensity over the next few hours. Damaging winds, spin-up tornadoes, hail, heavy rain, a whole lot of lightning, localized flash flooding. Here is what the high-res rapid refresh simulated weather radar looks like going overnight. You can see this thing just goes yippity, yippity, yippity do. It goes bow echo and says, uh-oh, to you. We've got damaging winds, we got spin-up tornadoes, we got hail, we've got heavy rain and lightning. All the way from Texoma, Oklahoma City, DFW, Waco, Austin, San Antonio by late this evening into early Saturday morning. So get ready for some nasty lightning, heavy rain, stronger storms. We'll have hail, strong winds, and yes, even a threat for a few spin-up tornadoes. That activity will move through the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas between 2 and 6 a.m. Saturday with a continued risk of strong winds, spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain, flash flooding, lightning, and hail. All that will kind of settle on down tomorrow morning after sunrise. Still, we're going to have plenty of storms underway, but the severe risk will lower a bit. And then another round going into tomorrow afternoon and evening across the eastern half of Texas with more wind, more risk of spin-up tornadoes, more heavy rain, and a risk of flash flooding. So it is going to be an active night, and we are going to be here bringing you the latest severe weather updates as needed. Tornado warnings, we'll have live continuous coverage. Otherwise, you can tune in on our live stream with radar with hourly updates at TexasStormChasers.com/live, or just search for the live videos on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. All right, we'll keep you updated. Stay weather aware. All right, so there is the update. We got the stream running back on the main TWC thing as well. Had a computer go down with that. Thanks to the mods for pointing that out. But it is now 6:22 p.m. The tornado warning we had for Palo Pinto County has been canceled. So we have no tornado warnings at this point, which is good news. What we're going to do at this point, let's take a look at what we have going on. We'll look at the various severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to clean up some of these city labels, and that is going to allow us to see what is going on. We'll knock the satellite off, and you can see we've got showers and storms that have developed and continue to move east across western North Texas. up into the big country, northwest Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Comanche and Eastland County in Texas.
You can see we've got a severe thunderstorm warning now for that storm over Brownwood that's moving northeast towards Eastland and Comanche counties. That's going to be for winds probably up to 60 miles an hour. We'll take a closer look at that storm in a minute. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Palo Pinto County for a storm approaching Mineral Wells with strong winds, heavy rain. Going back southwest, we have storms extending into the eastern Concho Valley from near Brownwood to Eden. Down to El Dorado and Ozana. It's got a picture of a wall cloud on the east side of Lake Bridgeport. That is, the storm near Runaway Bay. So we may get a severe thunderstorm warning soon for Wise County. We'll take a look at that storm in a minute. And we have storms from Ozana all the way to northeast of Sanderson, and then storms well down into the eastern Big Bend. Those storms all the way down to north of Terlingo and 21 miles northeast of La Hatis. I said that horribly wrong. I know. I'm going to work on it. I'm literally moving to Fredericksburg in a week. So trust me, me and the town names are going to become much more acquainted. So the good news is no tornado warnings right now. Several severe thunderstorm warnings, as you can see in the scroll below and in the count box above. We have flash flood warnings for high water on roads. Let's take a look at the storm over Amarillo. Amarillo itself has a storm over it. You can see that popped up. It's slowly moving east, southeast. Really, Amarillo's getting a gully washer right now. We'll go ahead and take a look at the high-res radar. You can see it is right over the center of town, up I-27 from 335 on the south side, all the way up northeast to I-40 to near the Buc-ee's, all the way up 80 or up to 60 there at the airport. So definitely could have strong winds, the potential for some hail. No tornado issues at this point. We have other storms out here in the eastern panhandle that could also have some hail, gusty winds, cloud to ground lightning, quite a bit of heavy rain. Same thing goes back here in West Texas from northeast of Morton, east of Littlefield, Anton, just west of I-27 from Abernathy up to Hale Center. Back farther southeast, let's take a look at northwest Texas. You can see we've got storms. At this point, they're not severe, but from Nocona to Gainesville down to Sanger, Decatur. Storms moving northeast with brief heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning, some small hail. I am watching two storms that are either near being severe or severe. It's these two right here. It's this one storm that is near Runaway Bay and Lake Bridgeport. The storm showing indications it may be almost capable of producing quarter-size hail, which would necessitate a severe thunderstorm warning. That storm's moving east right now at about 15 miles an hour, generally towards the east side of Lake Bridgeport. There on 380 towards Runaway Bay, and after that, it's going to go say hello to Bridgeport. That storm's moving east at about 15 miles per hour towards Highway 51 and Highway 380. At this point, no severe warning for that, but that storm could have a bit of hail. Down here in Palo Pinto County, looks like they are going to let the severe thunderstorm warning go for this storm approaching Mineral Wells, which is good. This storm, again, has shown significant signs of weakening over the last 30 minutes. It is still capable of pushing out some strong winds, though. We are seeing indications we could have 40 to 50, maybe 55 mile per hour wind gusts with this thunderstorm near Mineral Wells as it moves off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Otherwise, let's go take a look down here in the eastern big country. We note that flash flood warning continues around Abilene. That's going to be with those storms moving off to the east-northeast. And we have storms from Cisco down to Gorman, De Leon to Comanche, and that activity is moving to the northeast with the potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds and heavy rainfall. All right, let's take a look at what we have going on back down here. We've got a flash flood warning for San Angelo and Tom Green County. We have storms with heavy rain from Winters to Ballinger to Eden to El Dorado to Ozana, all the way down to northeast of Sanderson. This activity is moving east at about 30 miles an hour with the potential for heavy rain, some hail, strong wind gusts, and an excessive amount of cloud to ground lightning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play that last video update I recorded back at 6 p.m. right before the tornado warning was issued for Palo Pinto County. That's going to give a good idea of what we expect timeline-wise for tonight going into tomorrow morning, and then we'll keep on looking at things. Risk of severe storms increasing over the next several hours across North Texas, the Big Country, the Hill Country, the Concho Valley, and eventually Central Texas. It's October 24, 2025, 6 p.m. Let's get into it in this Texas Severe Weather Update. Here is the severe weather going into the evening and overnight hours from the Storm Prediction Center. We are looking at the potential for scattered severe thunderstorms that continue across really a large chunk of the state. Big Bend, Edwards Plateau, Concho Valley, Big Country, West Texas, Northwest Texas, North Texas, Central Texas, Hill Country, South Central Texas, and then after midnight, we're looking at the coastal plains, the Brazos Valley, and Southeast Texas as a line of robust storms moves from west to east. Main threat with the strongest storms this evening overnight, damaging straight-line winds, spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain with a risk of localized flooding, and maybe some hail. Now, let's get into what things look like right now. Here's the radar. Over the last hour and a half, again, it's about 6 p.m. now. We've got severe storms now. Palo Pinto County, west of DFW, approaching Mineral Wells. We've got some storms down southwest, west of
A new
Brownwood.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster County in Texas.
Norris, San Angelo, down into the northern Edwards Plateau. All that activity going to be moving east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Again, strongest storms, and we're going to see an uptick in intensity over the next few hours. Damaging winds, spin-up tornadoes, hail, heavy rain, a whole lot of lightning, localized flash flooding. Here is what the high-res rapid refresh simulated weather radar looks like going overnight. You can see this thing just goes yippity, yippity, yippity do. It goes bow echo and says, uh-oh, to you. We've got damaging winds, we got spin-up tornadoes, we got hail, we've got heavy rain and lightning. All the way from Texoma, Oklahoma City, DFW, Waco, Austin, San Antonio by late this evening into early Saturday morning. So get ready for some nasty lightning, heavy rain, stronger storms. We'll have hail, strong winds, and yes, even a threat for a few spin-up tornadoes. That activity will move through the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas between 2 and 6 a.m. Saturday with a continued risk of strong winds, spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain, flash flooding, lightning, and hail. All that will kind of settle on down tomorrow morning after sunrise. Still, we're going to have plenty of storms underway, but the severe risk will lower a bit. And then another round going into tomorrow afternoon and evening across the eastern half of Texas with more wind, more risk of spin-up tornadoes, more heavy rain, and a risk of flash flooding. So it is going to be an active night, and we are going to be here bringing you the latest severe weather updates as needed. Tornado warnings, we'll have live continuous coverage. Otherwise, you can tune in on our live stream with radar with hourly updates at TexasStormChasers.com/live, or just search for the live videos on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. All right, we'll keep you updated. Stay weather aware. All right, so there you go. There is the latest update and forecast. And again, right after I recorded that, we had the tornado warning issued for Palo Pinto County. So that is where we ended up with that. We don't have a tornado warning right now, but we are starting to see that storm try to ramp up again. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on it, and we shall over the next little while. But what I think we are going to do is I'm going to set this up. We are going to let our streams return to our typical weather center coverage, and we're going to have our next update here in 30 minutes at 7 p.m. unless we get a new tornado warning or something goes awry, in which case we'll be back before that. But the streams on YouTube are going to stay up. If you're watching us on Facebook, you're going to have to go to YouTube to search for Texas Storm Chasers. You'll find the live streams. Or you can just go straight to our website, TexasStormChasers.com/live, or open up the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You'll be able to watch us live there out of the articles section as well. So, that being said, thanks for popping on in. We'll be back at 7 p.m. here on YouTube, our website, and mobile app with your next severe weather update. If we have any new tornado warnings, and we probably will this evening, we'll have streams going on everything else as well. So here we go with that.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crockett County in Texas.
All right, so we'll switch over. You'll have the same stream stuff, same audio, etc., a bit of music, and we'll be back at 7 p.m. sooner if necessary with your next severe weather update.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto and Parker County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto and Parker County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas.
Autumn rain falling on the rooftops, calling birds of summer back south to wander. It's a chance to start again on the wing of remembrance. All the plans that we made in summer, they are shining memories, calling to each other. Trouble disappear in your atmosphere. Falling leaves, the horizon's on fire below. I hold on tightly to all that I've come to know. How we feel in the stillness, something special in the spell of the night. It's elemental, wild world in its perfect mess. It's the little things that make it all worth it. That make it all worth it. Winter chill and the snow is falling on the cedar still, and the freezing waters in an ethereal glow. The warmth of my coat. World of memories, all in perfect design. I hold on tightly to all that I've come to find. How we feel in the stillness, something special in the spell of the night. It's elemental, wild world in its perfect mess. It's the little things that make it all worth it. How we feel in the stillness, something special in the spell of the night. It's elemental, wild world in its perfect mess. It's the little things that make it all worth it. That make it all worth it.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Let me make sure we've got all the correct buttons set on here. All right, and there we go. Good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 6:55 p.m. on the 24th of October, 2025. Thanks for popping on in for some Texas weather information. Going to go ahead and give you a quick update what we have going on right now. We'll take a look at the statewide view. We'll narrow it down into regions. We'll take a look at which storms are having a rowdy hissy fit. And then we'll take a look at what we expect going into the overnight. Now, I could say wholeheartedly without reservations that this is the busiest the radar has looked in a long time across the southern United States. We've got storms in the Panhandle. We've got storms in North Texas. We've got storms in the Big Country, the Concho Valley, even down into the Big Bend, all associated with a strong upper-level storm system, making good progress now across, the state, Oklahoma and Kansas. Beneficial rains, but some of these storms are being rowdy with damaging winds. We've had a tornado warning earlier for Palo Pinto County. That has expired. And some of these storms are producing hail and localized flooding. So let's go ahead and we're going to zoom in regionally here. I want to show you we have, and I'll turn the satellite off here so it's a little easier to see. We've got a couple of rowdy storms now. We've got a severe storm located near Cool, which is on 180 east of Mineral Wells, western Parker County. That storm's moving northeast up towards Springtown, uh, passing just west of Weatherford at this time. We have a second cluster of severe storms from Gustine to just northeast of Comanche to Downing to Leon, Desdemona up to Ranger. That is a nasty cluster moving northeast towards the DFW Metroplex with damaging winds. Definitely seeing the potential for 65 plus mile an hour winds out of some parts of that storm. We'll take a closer look at that in just a moment. Farther southwest, we have storms extending from near Brownwood to El Dorado, Eden, Ozana, all the way now to near Sanderson, with the strongest of these storms producing large hail, especially the one that's approaching Sanderson. The storm approaching Sanderson has the potential of golf ball size hail, damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Otherwise, we're starting to see some storms pop up in the hill country now as well, from near Mason to San Saba. A few showers now northeast of Fredericksburg up to Kingsland, Buchanan Dam, west of Marble Falls, and west of Burnett. All this activity will continue moving east over the next several hours. So let me clear everything off this screen, and we're going to switch to the statewide view. I want to show you what the high-res rapid refresh model is doing overnight into Saturday morning. And then we'll take a deeper look at the activity ongoing just to show you what we expect going into Saturday morning. There's a lot of manual buttons I have to hit for that. Sorry. All right, so we're going to load the HER. And just for giggles, let's take a look at what we have going on right now. This is the HER model at 7 p.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster, Pecos, and Terrell County in Texas.
So the HER is being a little ambitious with storms here in North Texas. They're not as far east, in Collin County, but we'll give it credit and say it's not doing half bad. So let's go ahead. I'm going to load this from about, let's just run it from 9 p.m. through tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. just to see how it does with the timing. And this animation will load, then it'll play sequentially. But storms in DFW over the next few hours through midnight. You can see this line of storms is going to plow across East Texas, Southeast Texas, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, South Central Texas overnight, looking like Waco around midnight, Waco to Austin, San Antonio, midnight to 2 a.m. That's what we're looking at here for thunderstorm activity and the potential for some of these storms to produce strong wind gusts, hail, heavy rain, flooding.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Erath County in Texas.
So we do expect we'll have severe weather warnings continuing through the night with the strongest storms in the squall line as it moves east-southeast. Now, not all these storms are going to be producing, spin-up tornadoes, hail, 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. All these storms will be producing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, so it's going to be rowdy in that department. Looks like we are going to have some of these storms, especially from the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, South Central Texas, produce wind gusts over 70 miles an hour into the early morning hours. So Austin, San Antonio could have strong winds. Bryan, College Station, same thing. And some of those storms on the southern end may be supercellular with an increased hail threat. In addition, if we start seeing well-organized, bow echoes where they kind of start bowing out, we could see some spin-up tornado threat. And we still need to watch some of these storms as well in their discrete phase for indications of low-level rotation. We are seeing some of that right now with storms west and southwest of the DFW Metroplex. So let's go ahead and clearly it's going to rain tonight. Let's do this. I'm going to show y'all what the model projected rain totals are, just to show it's going to rain a bunch. And then we're going to take a close look at what we have going on. What? Thank you, Jason. Actually, we need to do something else. We need to take a look at something going on here. So we're going to pop to the real-time radar. I'm going to see if this is going to work like I need it to. Let me show you. This is a terminal Doppler weather radar. Let me see. Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of rotation with this mini supercell near Tioga. I'll show you what it looks like off the Fort Worth radar. We're looking from a radar up or downstream of this, closer to the Denton, Grayson, Cook County line. This is a circulation kind of near Tioga with a mini supercell, one of these small storms developing ahead of the squall line. Let me look from a different radar. It's not showing it as much, but let me show you why I'm a little concerned and just looking at that real quick. Let me show you what this looks off the Fort Worth radar. You can see a pretty strong looking circulation, but there may be some de-aliasing issues. Oh, that's pretty legit based off the tilt involved. So we're going to have to watch these little storms popping up east of the squall line, as those could be indications of a little bit of spinny, doom mischief. Nothing like that right now, but a good call by meteorologist Jason Cooley on that. Real quick, I am going to switch us back over to the HER model. I want to show you how much rain this drops with this initial line of storms overnight. So give me just a second, press some buttons, and we'll get this done. We'll go back out. I'll clear everything off the screen. You're going to have to forgive me for not loading a animation of this. I'm just going to show the total through 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. And you're going to see, guess what? It is going to rain. So again, this is what the HER model shows for rain totals overnight. You can see we've got a couple of pockets of heavier rain here. This is showing a pocket of this hopefully is extreme, over 5 inches of rain. Northern DFW Metroplex up to Gainesville, Sherman, with locally higher totals. And again, hopefully it's just overdoing it, but it does have localized totals up to 8 inches up there. Down here, Hill Country, South Central Texas, I know y'all are still on your toes after July, and rightfully so. Looking at about maybe 2 to 3 inches of rain around Carville, around 2 to 3 around Uvalde. Some totals near 5 inches here, northwestern Bexar County, north of Hondo, Bernie. And again, this is just what this model shows. Again, these are going to vary. We're talking county level here, but again, 3 to 5 inch totals showing up by 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, and there's more rain coming tomorrow afternoon. You can see even some totals of, 2 to 5 inches, the coastal plains, southeast Texas, Golden Triangle, Beaumont, Houston, Galveston, Katy, Brenham, Bryan, College Station. So we're looking at several pockets of what could be significant rains with flooding concerns overnight into Saturday morning. And that means remain vigilant overnight. When it starts pouring rain, be mindful there could be high water on roads. Don't let the fact it has been drier than a popcorn fart the last month and a half lure you into a sense of security, thinking, oh, it's not going to flood. Actually, because the ground's been so dry, it's baked hard right now. It may not absorb as much water, so it actually increases the threat of flooding a little bit. And we're not really worried about the lakes and rivers flooding. I'm more concerned about the fact it's going to take a while for all this water to run off into those lakes and rivers from streams and flooding on roadways. So that's what we need to be mindful of. Some quick rises on creeks and streams, street flooding, high water, fast flowing water at low water crossings, especially here in the Hill Country, and flash flood alley. So let's go back to the radar now. And again, we're keeping an eye on some of these storms up here in Cook and Grayson counties. You can see they have acquired supercellular characteristics. I am a little worried these are trying to spin up, and that was a good call by meteorologist Jason Cooley. You could see some rotation with this aloft near Tioga. We're looking at about 5,000 feet up. So, 5,000 feet up, this thing can spin all at once as long as it doesn't do it in the low levels. We're going to have to watch that carefully, as we will these storms from near Valley View back to Wise County. Now, Weatherford, we've got this storm activity from near Cool to Weatherford. This activity is moving east-northeast. The potential for strong winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour and some small hail. Definitely seeing a significant wind signature now with this stuff coming in from Comanche and Eastland County up into Erath County, Stephenville, Dublin. Get ready for what could be winds over 60 miles an hour, and definitely seen a pocket of some rotation with this northwest of Hamilton, southeast of Proctor. Definitely seen a pocket of some increased rotation. So these things are spinning. So again, spin up tornadoes, definitely not out of the possibility with this, and they are moving off to the northeast at about 30. So again, it's heading up Highway 377, Dublin, Stephenville, and then eventually this activity will make it into places like Granbury, Glen Rose, Hico, Meridian, Walnut Springs, Somerville County, Hood County, down into portions of Boss County. And then eventually from there, well, we have the DFW Metroplex. So we'll have to keep a close eye on this activity as it moves northeast, heading down into parts of the Hill Country. Let's use this. Again, we've got storms from Comanche down to Mullen, north and west of Goldwaith. We've got storms west of San Saba. It's pouring and storming in Brady down to Menard. It's still quiet in Fredericksburg to Llano for now. That'll change in a few hours. Kerrville, it's quiet for now, but again, that's going to change in a few hours, and it's going to be a loud night with the threat of flash flooding and severe storms in the Hill Country and south central Texas. We have severe storms near Ozana, south of Ozana, moving towards Sonora. Those storms definitely looking at a threat of hail, damaging winds. Back southwest, we've got a nasty storm well northeast of Sanderson, but Sanderson itself, hey, heads up, we got a storm coming into town now on Highway 90 with the threat of hail, strong winds, dangerous clouds of ground lightning. So we are going to keep a very close eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We are going to be back with your next update at the latest by 7:30 p.m., sooner if necessary, and you can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and of course in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So we'll be back here by 7:30.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Val Verde County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 4 miles southwest of Amarillo in Randall County, Texas. Flood. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, 7 inches of standing water in the road. Reports of at least one car stalled out from the water. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Randall County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crockett in Texas and Sutton County in Texas. severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grayson County in Texas.
All right, folks, we're going to come back on here and start yippity yappity. We'll press that button. We'll press that button. Here we go. Okay, it's 7:25 p.m. We're starting to see some indications of circulations with some of these storms approaching the Metroplex. No tornado warnings at this point, but we are most definitely becoming a little more concerned about damaging winds, some hail, and yeah, even some low-level circulation. So we're going to go ahead and come back live. We're going to stay live here for a bit. So if we're not talking about your storm, that's a good thing. Let's go over what we have. First off, severe thunderstorm warning on 377 northeast of Tioga. Coming up on Collinsville, you can see that thing's got a pretty nasty hail signature. Definitely a rotation signature, too. I don't think that thing's north of the front, so got to watch this real carefully. They may have to put a tornado warning on this Grayson County storm if that gets any more organized. Very well-organized supercell at this point. Even if it's not tornadic, it has the potential to produce large hail, damaging winds. That's moving northeast at about 15 towards South Maid, eventually approaching the west sides of Sherman and Denison. They're on Highway 289, Preston Road, and 82. All right, so watching that. Also watching that storm near Gainesville. But again, definitely seeing increasing rotation aloft with this storm near Collinsville, moving towards South Maid. Back southwest, watching the storm near Weatherford. I don't like how this thing's starting to intensify again. You can see that little hook echo near Weatherford trying to kick out. Going to watch that very carefully. That storm may require some additional attention if it continues to intensify. That storm is now moving almost due east. It turned hard right. That thing's riding due east now, almost along I-30. So we're going to have to watch it carefully, moving due east at about 20. City of Weatherford, it's about to storm and pour, maybe some hail. We're going to have to watch for that storm in case it organizes further. Otherwise, big, bad, very mad cluster of storms now from near Huckabee to Stephenville down to near Claret and Hico. This storm moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We're seeing a very strong indication of both damaging straight line winds and some embedded circulations. We have one circulation here that's going to be northwest of Stephenville near Huckabee, and then we've got a nasty, nasty surge of wind moving into Stephenville and areas just south of Stephenville. So we're seeing these small-scale circulations approaching Highway 101, 108, northwest to Stephenville. As this continues moving northeast towards Hood County, the threat of damaging winds and embedded spin-up tornadoes will continue. So Somerville County, Hood County, eventually Parker, Tarrant, Johnson counties in the next hour. Be ready for the potential of an increasing severe weather threat in the form of damaging winds over 60 miles an hour and even the potential of embedded spin-up tornadoes. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see the storm over Weatherford moving east at about 20 miles an hour. This is a outflow boundary extending into the storm. And then your hook wrapping around here, your rear flank downdraft. There's your severe thunderstorm warning for Parker County. We'll hear that come across the radio in just a moment. Again, quarter-size hail, winds to 60 possible with this storm as it moves off to the east to 20. So Springtown, Weatherford, Aledo, Hazel.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Parker County in Texas.
So that's going to be this storm near Weatherford, moving east. Severe storms from Stephenville to Huckabee, all the way down to Claret, moving northeast at 35. Real nasty wind signature here just southwest of Stephenville. We're looking at winds that could be over 65 miles an hour showing up here a few thousand feet above the surface. Going to have to keep a close eye on that as it moves off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour with damaging winds and some embedded circulations. All right, let's go south. Hamilton, you've got a storm up just northwest of town showing indications of hail. That's moving northeast. Otherwise, all this activity is going to be moving to the northeast, east-northeast. We'll put the radar loop on here. You can see that bow echo moving towards DFW. That's a damaging wind threat. We've got storms down into parts of the eastern Concho Valley, northern hill country. Those are intensifying now. From Hamilton to Goldwake to San Saba to just northwest of Mason, those storms could have small hail, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, and gusty winds. Farther west, you can see from near Menard to El Dorado, storms, and then a severe storm on I-10 near Sonora and Highway 277. That could have quarter-size hail, winds of 60. And then we've got storms now all the way back to Sanderson. Sanderson, you've got a storm over town right now. That storm could have quarter to half dollar size hail. That's about 1 to 1.25 inches in diameter, along with strong winds. I'm just looking at some data on my end here. So again, definitely the most concerned right now with these storms in North Texas. They seem to be in the best juxtaposition or combination of low-level wind shear and instability. Runaway DFW picked a bad night to be live. We have this activity near Weatherford, which really is trying to do some interesting things here, and that's not good. Looking back here, you can see this thing has a bit of a hook echo, seeing increasing rotation now with this. We're going to have to watch this carefully. This is getting closer to needing a tornado warning for Parker County. We're not there yet, but we're trending in the direction to where this could be a problem if it gets much more organized. So damaging winds and hail around Weatherford, moving east towards Willow Park. And an uptick in low-level rotation noted with this. So we're going to have to watch that very carefully. I don't like the signatures we're getting with that right now. We'll watch it very carefully. Let me see what the TDWR does. Yeah. We note storm up in Grayson County. Hailer near Collinsville. We could have some quarter-size hail with that. Localized winds over 60 miles an hour, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. That storm's moving northeast towards South Maid and eventually Pottsboro. Let that loop play. You can see how those storms are developing. You can see we've got a strong storm over Decatur and Wise County. That storm could have heavy rain, small hail, maybe some 50-mile-an-hour winds. And I really just don't like the look of this Weatherford storm right now. It is trying its darndest right now to become problematic with increasing low-level rotation. So that's why we're keeping a very close eye on it. We have no tornado warnings right now, but this thing is really trying to spin itself up right now. Understood. So it does sound like those of you in Parker County really do need to get ready to take your tornado safety precautions. We have the potential for this storm to go tornado warned at any time, and we definitely have concerns with it.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas.
So I'm going to go ahead, since I do think we're probably going to get a tornado warning out of this, I'm going to turn Facebook back on. And there it is. We have a So we'll go back live now. A tornado warning for Parker County. So we're about to have a lot of alarm bells go off here, but again, we know.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Parker County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a tornado warning for Parker County in North Texas. This includes the city of Weatherford, Annetta, Willow Park, Azle, Reno, Hudson Oaks, Sanctuary, Azle, Reno, La Junta. This is going to be a tornado warning now. Tornado warning until 8 p.m. At 7:33 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located over Weatherford, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. So again, we have a tornado warning now for eastern Parker County in western North Texas. This tornado warning does include the city of Weatherford, Annetta, Willow Park, Azle, Reno. So y'all, if I mentioned your communities, need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't worry about going outside looking for this
A
thing.
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crockett County in Texas.
Don't worry about, trying to go see this. If there's something going on, it's probably wrapped in heavy rain. But again, those of you in Weatherford, strong winds right now likely occurring, the potential increasing that we could have a spin up circulation produce a quick tornado here over the east sides of town very shortly. Your outdoor warning sirens are going off, as they should be, as we now have a tornado warning for Weatherford, Hudson Oaks, Willow Park, Annetta, all the way up to Azle and Reno. So if you are out here in eastern Parker County, please take your tornado safety precautions. Again, if you're in a sturdy site-built structure, it's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in a travel trailer or mobile home, you've got some choices to make here. I definitely don't encourage you to be in that during this, but, if you got time to go to a safe location nearby that's a sturdy site-built structure, I'd encourage you to do that. We don't want folks getting caught out in vehicles in this either. So again, possible tornado developing east sides of Weatherford. You're going to have strong winds at the least. This is going to be moving towards Willow Park and Azle, along with Reno. So this is a tornado warning until 8 p.m. for eastern Parker County. The which way the wind is blowing mode, you can see we've got a pretty broad but potent area of circulation here. We've got winds moving towards the radar, about 40 to 50 miles an hour. We're seeing very strong winds in the city of Weatherford right now, could be over 50 miles an hour. We got winds moving into the storm at about 40. So we've got about a 90-mile-an-hour area of circulation over a couple miles here. That's pretty broad. But what we're going to have to see is if that's able to tighten up. If that's able to tighten up like a ballerina or a skater bringing their arms in, it's able to rotate faster and faster. It increases the possibility of a tornado. But I do want to emphasize here, damaging winds or a tornado in this case would produce the same damage. So don't worry about what it is. Just understand you've got damaging winds from either straight line winds or a tornado in Weatherford right now, moving towards Willow Park, Azle, and Reno. So please take your tornado safety precautions. Back in parts of Comanche County, Erath County, I think we're starting to see some circulation spin up here too. We're watching an area of very strong winds right now in the city of Stephenville. Winds now over 70 miles an hour just east of town. This is going to be right up Highway 377 towards Tolar and Granbury in Hood County over the next 30 minutes or so. So those of you in Bluffdale, get ready. Those of you in Tolar and Granbury, all the way up to Crescent, get ready. We are seeing a circulation as well near or just south of Huckabee. So again, circulation showing up just south of Huckabee, and we might see a circulation develop here just northeast of Stephenville as this storm moves northeast up towards Hood County. So we'll have to watch that carefully. We will see a severe thunderstorm warning at a minimum issued for Somerville and Hood County soon, and that's going to take it up into DFW, Johnson, Tarrant counties in the next hour. Back west, storm west of Mineral Wells, we're starting to see signs of damaging straight line winds, so we may end up with a severe storm warning shortly for eastern Palo Pinto County. That would be for Mineral Wells for damaging winds. Tornado warning for eastern Parker County, an area of circulation now. A couple miles east of the city of Weatherford, barely just east of Weatherford. That's going to be moving off to the east-northeast. And we're going to have to watch it carefully. So those of you in Weatherford, Annetta, Willow Park, please take your tornado safety precautions. Same thing goes for Azle and Reno. Take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right. All right. All right. All right, so we're watching this storm east of Weatherford. We've had no updates in the last few minutes. Definitely still seeing some strong rotation with this storm just east of Weatherford. That's going to be still near town. So those of you in Weatherford, stay in shelter. If we have a tornado down, it's going to be on the east sides of town. Otherwise, that's going to be moving up towards Hudson Oaks and eventually up towards Azle. We've got a nasty complex of storms now approaching Hood and Somerville counties. That storm could have 70-mile-an-hour winds with it. Just not a good look for that at all, as that activity continues to move off to the northeast at about 35. So we'll probably see a warning there shortly with that. All right. So again, we have a tornado warning for eastern Parker County until 8 p.m. We've got a severe storm warning for Erath County. That's going to be moving towards Hood and Somerville counties. Those of you east sides of Weatherford itself, be in a safe place. Those of you in Willow Park up to Azle, be in a safe place. As these storms continue to move east-northeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Hood, and Somerville County in Texas.
So we've now got a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Hood and Somerville counties. This includes areas from Meridian to Walnut Springs, Glen Rose to Granbury. And that's going to be for winds of 70 miles an hour and the potential for some hail. And that's just a nasty looking cluster of storms we're going to have to watch for damaging winds and also heavy rainfall, maybe a little bit of hail as well, but damaging winds for sure. All right, so that should update here in just a moment. There we go. All right, so let's get back to it. Let's look again here at the Weatherford storm. Again, if we're not talking about your storm, that's a good thing. So this is going to be, again, a circulation over the east sides of Weatherford, moving up towards Hudson Oaks, eastern Parker County, Willow Park, and Azle. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Dangerous winds and possibly a tornado with this storm. It's really not moving all that quick right now. It's really just sitting over the east sides of Weatherford. So those of you in Weatherford, please be in a safe place. And no travel on Highway 171 through town right now. Don't like this thing near Stephenville. We're starting to see a nasty bow signature with this. Notice how we've got winds on the backside of this storm kind of pushing it out in the shape of a bow. That's what a bow echo is. And taking a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see that this thing not only is showing some signs of rotation now, but we're getting a big surge of wind still well over 60 miles an hour with it as it pushes off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. Tolar, Granbury, especially, get ready for some very strong winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Same goes for Bluffdale as this storm moves off to the northeast. And it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility this thing tries to spin itself up into something more than damaging winds, straight line damaging winds. The tornado risk is certainly not zero with this storm as it moves to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. All right. We are going to keep a very close eye on it as well as it moves off to the northeast. Check my chats. This storm sitting in Parker County definitely is also, in addition to the threat of producing damaging winds and a tornado, just sitting there near Weatherford. So, Weatherford, you're probably getting a gully washer right now. This is how y'all end up having a flash flooding issue develop pretty quick. So, be mindful of that. Not that I'd recommend being out in a tornado warning anyway, but guess what? You're probably not going to want to be out there anyway because a lot of the roads are about to flood. So, watching this storm northeast of Stephenville for an increasing area of rotation in addition to damaging winds. That's moving off to the northeast right up towards Granbury. It's right up 377. And then as we take a look north, we've got this storm over the east sides of Weatherford that's just spinning itself around hunky-dory, really not moving much right now. And that is now probably a couple miles east of Weatherford. Let me see if I can't get some street names specifically. I can call them out verbally for you.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Parker County in Texas.
So, if we had something, it would probably be on the Memorial Highway there on the east side of town, probably kind of where it curves around northeast Weatherford down to 180, just west of where it splits off I-20, that car dealership there. So, from downtown Weatherford out east on 180, Jameson Street, Bankhead Drive. You've got the Azle Highway, so FM 730. Literally there on the east side of Weatherford, that is where this thing's just sitting and spinning right now. So damaging winds, very heavy rainfall, and flooding. Now, as we take a look at this storm coming up Highway 377 and 205, we've got a nasty surge of wind here coming up right into Bluffdale right now. This is approaching 377 and 2481. If you're southwest of Bluffdale on 205 or 481, you've got winds right now well over 50 to 60 miles an hour for sure. And again, there is a pocket of rotation with this. If that's able to intensify a bit, or we see this we see this little hook echo start to spin around and kind of wrap around, that would really increase the threat of a spin-up tornado over the next 10 to 20 minutes as this moves northeast up Highway 377. We've got a flash flood warning now, so we've got the traffic light trifecta here in Parker County. So tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, flash flood warning. Pick your traffic light color and you got it. Congratulations, you win traffic light bingo. And that means it's just not a good time to be out in Parker County. We've got a severe storm still approaching South Maid here in Grayson County with the potential of large hail, probably up to the size of quarters, about to cross over Highway 56 near South Maid. Right now, it's just east of Collinsville, over FM 901, moving up towards Old Lone Star Road, Highway 56, and the Old Sherman Road, Old South Maid Road, and then eventually it's going to cross over 901 up here around Sadler to South Maid. So again, heavy rain, street flooding, hail. No tornado with that up here. Gainesville to St. Joe to Decatur, these storms, heavy rain, flooding.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Randall County in Texas.
So we have one tornado warning right now, and it's eastern Parker County. Quickly, let's take a look. We've got other storms, I know. Hico to Hamilton to Goldwaith to San Saba. We've got storms. They're moving east. Here, I'll do this so y'all can actually see motion. I'm sure that would be helpful. Let me turn off the satellite. Over the last hour, you can see this activity continuing to move east-northeast. Hamilton to San Saba. We've got heavy rain, Goldwaith, Hico, small hail, heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning. Mason, heavy rain, and then El Dorado to Sonora, all the way back to south of Sonora, 277.55, hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and then even farther southwest of there, we have a flash flood warning now for the city of Sanderson, all the way out east on Highway 90. So we've got a flash flood warning from Sanderson out east on 90, past Highway 349, all the way out to almost a Comstock. So big area under a flash flood warning. Please be mindful of a lot of low water crossings out there, the hilly terrain, and the fact it's after dark, so it's going to be difficult to see and flash flooding on roads. But the reason I'm yippity-yappity and doodly-doo and about to grab a Celsius, wahoo, is this storm over east sides of Weatherford. Now, this thing's changed its organization quite a bit now. You can see that hook is gone. It's wrapped in heavy rain, but we still have strong winds being indicated here. Now, the area of rotation most certainly is nowhere near as evident as it was when this tornado warning was issued earlier, but still some very strong winds, probably 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds with this, along with heavy rain, cloud to ground, lightning, and maybe a bit of hail. You can see around Hudson Oaks, Willow Park, etc. And again, this is not moving much. We've got more storms coming in from the west near Mineral Wells. So this is how we end up with someone getting 3 to 6 inches of rain in the span of 90 minutes. And that is how we end up with a lot of flash flooding in terms of creek rises, stream rises, a lot of low water crossings that are flooded, etc. So that is why we have a flash flood warning now in effect for Parker County for several hours. And we're going to have to monitor that. Otherwise, we have a line of severe storms now from near Bluffdale, Morgan Hill, northeast of Stephenville to Chalk Mountain there on Highway 67, all the way down to Iredell and Olin Hiko, this whole thing's moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour with the potential of winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Some strong wind driven hail up to the size of quarters. Heavy rain, which could cause flash flooding. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. But again, this thing has a lot of wind with it for sure. It could be 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. All right, very quickly, I am going to grab caffeine. So you're not going to see me for a second. So we're going to keep a very close eye on it. Thank you. And we're most certainly going to continue keeping an eye out on the threat for storms producing damaging winds, large hail, heavy rain with the threat of flooding, and more. All right, so I'm going to grab a caffeinated beverage. What winner chicken dinners is this evening? Starting off with a tropical vibe. Alrighty then. So what we have right now is we still have a tornado warning through 8 p.m., another few minutes here in eastern Parker County. The good news is this thing really does not look all that organized in terms of spinny, spinny, doom, doom right now. The storm itself has undergone a messy transformation, which has resulted in that area of low-level rotation really diminishing, which is good. We don't want areas of rotation. And in fact, it looks like the tornado warning just dropped off my screen. So they are probably going to let it go here at 8 p.m. Tornado warning has been canceled. So tornado warning will expire here officially in a few minutes, but for all intent and purposes, it looks like they've already let it go. It's off most of my screens. It's still on the one you're looking at. And that's okay, but again, tornado threat has really diminished now with this storm in Parker County, so that is good news. Let's take a look at what else we have going on. You can see this thing moving into Hood County has got a lot of wind with it. Watching an area of strong wind, these blue colors here moving into Hood County around Tolar and Bluffdale. Those are winds over 55 to 60, even 70 miles an hour. You can see those are moving northeast right towards Lake Granbury and the city of Granbury. So we don't want folks out on Lake Granbury at all. We don't want folks on party boats or whatever. It's about to get really nasty on the lake. Could have hail, heavy rain, and a lot of lightning in the city of Granbury by 8:15. So this thing's moving northeast, heavy rain, lightning, strong winds, and damaging winds, excuse me. With that, same thing goes for this line moving into places like Iredell. That's going to be moving towards Glen Rose, Walnut Springs, Morgan, Meridian. Severe thunderstorm warning for y'all as this line moves northeast, east-northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hamilton, Goldwaite, San Saba, Lomenta of October. Across parts of North Texas, into the Hill Country, and the Northern Edwards Plateau. We are about to be down to no tornado warnings, so I want to emphasize tornado threat right now, we're not seeing it. We've got storms producing lightning. We've got storms producing damaging winds. We've got a lot of heavy rain and lightning, but this is not one of these cases where we have a mile-wide tornado, chewing up half a county. This is not that. This is not a case where we have, 20 inches of rain falling and, rivers rising 30 feet. This is not a case where we have widespread 100-mile-an-hour hurricane force winds. This is a case where we have some thunderstorms producing 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds, at times 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds, some hail. Right now, most of the hail is, low. small, whatever descriptor you want to use. Tornado threat, yeah, we could have a few spin ups tonight, but this is not a case where I expect we're going to have constant tornado warnings either. Now, DFW, y'all absolutely ransacked this morning by thunderstorms that weren't severe, but they had enough lightning to wake half the cemeteries and clearly set a lot of things on fire. Well, the same thing's probably about to happen again over the next hour or two as these storms move in. Now, I'm more concerned about flooding this evening than I was overnight and this morning. Flooding in the Metroplex is going to become an issue here pretty soon. So we're going to have to be mindful of that and be mindful of the fact we're about to have flash flooding issues in the DFW Metroplex. So, real quick, I do want to thank those, since I'm such a horrible streaming host, I do want to thank those who have been sending in super chats, sending in stickers on YouTube. You know, we appreciate it. Thank you very much for your generosity. And, you know, we don't do any of these for streams for money. I was here doing these in 2019 when we had 10 people watching, and I had a layout. Well, it wasn't a very good layout, but it wasn't all that long ago either that we did that. I remember that because we were on during one of the Cowboys games when we had a tornado rolling through Dallas County. So thank you very much. Says the audio is glitching. I'm looking okay on my end. Y'all let me know, though, if that changes. All right. So again, we are down to 0 tornado warnings at this point. We have no tornado warnings. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. We got plenty of heavy rain. We're about to get a bunch of severe storm warnings that are going to roll across the feed.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lampasas County in Texas.
So, by the way, Caleb, thank you for that super chat. We'll look at Salina here in just a second. Let me make sure I've got up all the feeds I need to have up. Salina, by the way, we are expecting storms tonight. We're going to have storms rolling in from the west here in the next probably 90 minutes. This stuff coming in from Wise County, Parker County, Tarrant County, all that. So Salina, it's going to be a stormy evening, a stormy night. Some of those storms definitely could be rowdy with strong winds, a lot of lightning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Sutton County in Texas.
And Melissa, thank you very much for your generous super chat. We definitely appreciate it. Not Melissa Mother. Not Melissa Hurricane. So let me put this stuff over here. So what we're going to be looking at again, all this activity continuing to move east. Now, I am definitely concerned about this thing flying up northeast quickly. Somerville County, Hood County. Let me turn off this nonsense. Again, strong winds, heavy rain, a lot of lightning. Heavy rain, localized flooding, and lightning are going to be the main issues tonight. Some of these storms will have damaging winds and, well, some spinny doom issues. Meanwhile, my father had knee replacement surgery 2 days ago, and it is my sonly duty to keep an eye on him. So I'm going to keep an eye on him and see if he's alive. Huh?
She's here.
Who's here?
Mom.
What do you need help with? Mom, does he need help? Sunly duties. Keep it up. I'll put you on a webcam. Yeah, I was talking to Dad. There's only a few people watching. So, again, Granbury up 377 into Fort Worth. You're going to have storm issues soon. Let's take a look farther south, and then I'll pop the high-res HUR on and show y'all what's going to happen overnight into tomorrow morning. And yes, the computer was angry a few minutes ago when I was fixing the weather scroll stuff. Okay, so we've got a severe storm now. Lometa, this is going to be riding 190 east towards Lampasas. Well, that was an ugly de-aliasing issue, but this is going to be for winds of 60 miles an hour. This storm's moving east, so eventually this is going to be riding towards Fort Hood and Killeen over the next 45 minutes. Jeremiah, thank you for your generous super chat. You're asking about the chance of a spin up with that storm heading toward Burleson and Crowley. We'll take a look at that real quick. And again, we're watching two storms up here. I'm pretty sure you're concerned about this one. The one near Tolar, we're definitely going to have to watch. Now, strong winds or quick spin up tornado, yes. Right now, not seeing anything that suggests that. We're going to watch it carefully as it rides up 377. Oh, look, back to the 70s. This storm near Willow Park, I mean, it's still rotating a bit, especially northwest of Willow Park with some gusty winds. But the good news is with that, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Gordonville. Let's take a look at Grayson County. And we're going to take a look. Here's a severe storm near Southmaid, northeast of Collinsville. This is going to be moving east of Whitesboro, west of Sherman, eventually up towards Pottsboro, and areas just west of Denison, up 377. Probably some small hail, quarters. Could be a lot of cloud to ground lightning and very heavy rain with this. We're not worried about rotation or any of that right now. You need help upstairs? I'm going to help you upstairs. Famous last words. You guys realize I pause streams for far less. No, I haven't, but I can also verbally talk over a headset while making sure you don't fall down the stairs. All right, people, here's what we're going to do real quick. You're not going to hear me for a minute. I'm going to go make sure knee replacement surgery patient doesn't fall down the stairs. Go slow. All right, suddenly duty complete. Back at it. Hello, magical camera. I'm still here. I'm still bald. All right, so people are having issues with the audio on this version, huh? All right, let me look. All right, let me check something then. No. Right. All right. Let me check this. All right. So again, it looks like they even let that warning go. Yeah, the warning for this storm up here in Cook and Grayson counties looks like they let that go. I'm not seeing that on my screen anymore. So that severe storm warning has expired, which is good. A lot of heavy rain, though. I want to emphasize that. I am concerned about heavy rain, street flooding tonight. Cook County, Grayson County, all the way down to Wise County. Denton County, you're going to be dealing with it too. So, again, that's all something we're going to have to watch very carefully going into the overnight hours as this activity continues moving off to the northeast. Okay, thank you, Mr. Greenwood. So, watching this storm near Decatur, Guava Ball, thank you. The pupper cam, yeah. I'll tell a little story in a minute. All right, so we've got heavy rain here in Wise County, Parker County. And thank you, Guava Ball, for your generous super chat. Definitely appreciate it. And thank you to everyone for hitting that like button if you're watching us on YouTube. Seriously, just hitting the like button helps us. It's the magical YouTube algorithm, and I know it's a pain in the butt when people ask, but it's easy and that really helps us out. So hit that like button and make sure you comment in the chat where you'll watch it from tonight. You know, we have no tornado warnings right now, and this is more of an interactive experience, especially when we can be a more casual. So I can bring you weather information, still be casual, and make fun of myself. So as we take a look at this, I'm going to load up the state view real quick. And I'm going to turn off the satellite. I'm going to turn on radar just so for a minute y'all can see what's going on. I'm going to talk for 30 seconds, and then I'm going to switch over to the model data for overnight to give y'all a timeline. But a little life story, I am actually in the process of moving. I'm going to be moving down to Fredericksburg, Texas in the Hill Country this upcoming week. So sooner rather than later, I'm going to have a new office, going to have quote unquote a new studio. But I'm going to be setting up the homestead in Fredericksburg, Texas, which is down there about 25 miles northeast of Kerrville, about an hour northwest of San Antonio, about an hour, 20 minutes west of Austin in the beautiful hill country. So I'm very excited about that. It's not going to change our coverage. I bet most of you didn't know for the last 10 plus years, I've lived in either Norman or Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. So if you really want to know, right now I'm sitting in a community in Ocean City, New Jersey, about an hour and a half east of Philly, helping dad with knee replacement surgery. So very excited to be moving to Fredericksburg this next week. It's going to be great. JS Homestead, thank you very much for that generous super chat. So, life story gone. Most of you don't care. Let us get onto the high res rapid refresh model. And before I lived in Oklahoma, I lived in DFW for about 15 to 20 years. So, glad to be back. All right, let's play her. All right. So, let's see what this model looks like right now. I always want to see what this looks like at about 8. You can see it's doing okay. It's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be, crazy, but crazy accurate. Weatherford, you do have a storm over town dropping very heavy rain, lightning, and gusty winds. There's no tornado warning, but flash flooding is a big concern now for the Weatherford area, Parker County. So I'm going to let this run from 10 p.m. to 11 a.m. And as you can see, this whole line is going to move southeast overnight. We're going to have DFW is going to get nailed by heavy rain and storms, Waco, Temple, Austin, San Antonio. DFW the next few hours, Waco probably by midnight, Austin to San Antonio probably, let's just say midnight to 2 a.m. And that activity is going to be moving southeast, meaning Bryan College Station, line of strong, maybe severe storms moves in around 2 to 3. Houston, let's say 3 to 6. And again, some of these storms are still going to be rowdy by that point with strong winds, a whole lot of lightning, and very heavy rain. So Parker County, again, no tornado warning now. We have strong winds around Willow Park and Annetta. A lot of lightning, but no tornado warning. I am concerned about the flooding risk, though, especially as that storm slowly moves east into Tarrant County. Flood threats increasing for Denton County, Wise County, Parker County. In fact, a whole lot of flash flooding warnings are about to be issued, which you'll hear in a moment. Thank you very much, Jeremy Johnson, for your generous super chats. I'm a little less bald than I usually am, admittedly. It's those of you who have had to move and juggle
A
life
new
know.
flash flood warning has been issued for Cook and Grayson County in Texas.
So that's going to be a flash flood warning up here in Cook and Grayson County. Gainesville, Munster, Valley View, Whitesboro, Tioga, Collinsville. And by the way, the construction zone here on 35 from the Red River all the way down to north of Sanger. Flash flood warning, meaning flooded roads, certainly possible. I'd expect the same thing here in Wise County soon, and then possibly as these storms move into Denton and Tarrant counties. Now, let's check on what we have going on. Parker County, I'm going to go ahead and play this. So let's play Who Wants to Be a Baldy? All right, I'm going to play this, and you'll see this stuff in, well, eventually it's going to load. This stuff in Parker County is just not moving quickly anymore. It hit the brakes, and it is in no rush, just like, grandmas on Sunday morning off to church and back. They're going 30 and a 60, which is fine. But when we're talking about heavy rainfall and Mother Nature, that's a problem in the rainfall department. So let me look and see what we've got so far using this data. We have had over radar data suggesting 4 inches of rain in the last hour just north of Weatherford. So again, big time problems with that. 3 to 4 inches of rain in an hour is a big issue. Darth, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Appreciate it. And then again, we still have a severe storm warning for eastern Parker County for some strong winds. Not as worried about that. I'm more concerned now about the flash flooding for sure. And again, we've had at this point maybe 4 inches of rain in the last 60 minutes north of Weatherford. So that is not good news. For those wanting to check rainfall totals, let me see if I can actually get this to show on here. Oh, sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. And I don't know if I'll be able to get this to show on here. Looks like that I can. Let me try 1 hour. Looks like it. So let me go ahead and press some buttons here. What warning was that? I'll change the upper third. Thank you, Caroline Hargis. If I messed up your last name, I'm sorry. But also, thank you very much for your generous super chat. No rotation coming for Den at this point. Oh. Yeah, once I get moved and everything set up, I am going to get some of this stuff updated to where I can press buttons and actually, get it done. Oh, well, let's just press some buttons. You forgive me if I don't have a key, but I'll put some labels on here. Again, we're looking at maybe 3 to 4 inches of rain over the last hour. This is the last hour north of Weatherford. We've had very heavy rain as well up here in Cook and Grayson counties. These are 1 hour rain totals. So, 2 to 3 inches of rain. And when you count in the storms from last night, let me show you. Here's rain totals from storms last night. You can see we're talking at this point over 5 inches of rain just north of Weatherford. So more rain is on the way. All right, let's talk about these storms in western Tarrant County. We have a question from Plant Mama 63. Thank you for that super chat. Let's talk. Yeah, we've got some strong winds with this storm coming in. That was near Weatherford. We're not seeing anything. What is that? We're not seeing anything that's super duper suggestive of any super strong rotation, but definitely a lot of strong winds. Could be 40, 50, even 60 miles an hour at times with that activity as it moves off to the east. Okay, so Azel, yeah, you've got a nasty storm coming in, but we'll keep an eye on it. Caleb, the tornado risk is low. It's not zero, but it's not high either. Let's take a look at the storm down here from Hood County to Somerville County. Pretty indicative of straight line winds now. As this activity moves off to the northeast about 35 miles an hour, the potential for some very strong winds could be over 60 miles an hour. The potential for heavy rain and flash flooding for sure. Seeing a pretty good pocket of wind activity with this. As it moves off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So again, Tarrant County, Johnson County, Cleburne, Alvarado, Fort Worth. It's going to storm here soon. Probably a couple inches of rain too, so street flooding. Dustin, thank you very much for that generous super chat, and Guava Ball, thank you very much as well. I'm definitely looking forward to the move to Fredericksburg, Texas. Beautiful area. Was down there, been down there a couple times now in the last few months, and just love the atmosphere. So yes, the Weatherford rotation is gone. No tornado warnings. So let's go ahead, and again, those of you Hill County, Cleburne County, Johnson County, up to Tarrant County, Fort Worth, Cleburne, down to Hillsborough, these storms are coming on in from the west. But we also have storms further south we need to take a look at.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Edwards County in Texas.
And that's what we're going to do. So let's do that. Again, we have this severe storm that is approaching Highway 281 from Avant south to Lampasas. This storm definitely has the potential for some 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. That's going to include places like Lampasas, Kempner, up 281. This includes Copperas Cove, Colorado Bend State Park, Adamsville, Moline. That eventually is going to make it towards Gatesville, Killeen, and Fort Hood in the next hour as it moves east. Farther southwest, we have some severe storms now in the southwestern hill country. Let's take a gander at these. This is going to be a severe storm southeast of Sonora, making its way down towards Rock Springs. Nasty looking thing here. This thing probably has maybe some quarter size hail and winds of 60 to 65 miles per hour. Josh, Springtown has strong storms near it, but there's no warnings near you right now in terms of tornadic activity. Thank you, firefighter Stooley and Amanda, for your generous super chats. Appreciate it. It is going to storm in Houston probably between 3 and 6 a.m., and there could be some strong winds, a lot of lightning with that. Tornado risk is looking low, but not zero. Otherwise, we have some storms north-southeast of Sanderson. These are going to be making their way down towards Del Rio over the next few hours. We're going to watch that carefully. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm watch that's just been issued for the Edwards Plateau, Central Texas, the Hill Country, and the Brazos Valley. Let me see if we can't pull that up for you. Oh, I gotta press some buttons. Buttons. Leander is okay for now. You're gonna have storms rolling in later, though. Where's that severe thunderstorm watch? There we go. So this is going to be your severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued for Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, South Central Texas, and the Northern Edwards Plateau through 3 a.m. Saturday morning. This includes Del Rio, Uvalde, Kerrville. What the heck? Spam bot. Noted. San Antonio, Austin, College Station,
A new
Fairfield,
severe
Killeen.
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hill, Johnson, and Tarrant County in Texas.
All right. Well, there's Twitter. Let's take a look at what we've got going on. Severe thunderstorm warning now. This will include Tarrant County, Johnson County, Hill County. This includes Fort Worth, Azle, Mansfield, Arlington, DFW Airport, North Richland Hills, Joshua. Oh, Kennedale, Burleson, Cleburne, Alvarado, King, all the way down through Grandview, Rio Vista, Itasca, Blum, Whitney, and Hillsborough. It's going to be this line of storms moving from west to east at about 30 miles an hour. So what I can do at this point is I'm going to put a manual storm track on this, and I'm just going to make my own because I am Baldy-in-Chief. I didn't like that one. Try again. All right, so this is moving east at about 35, give or take. So here we go. Downtown Fort Worth, about 8:45 p.m. Keller, 8:50 to 8:55 p.m. Louisville, about 9:20 p.m. DFW Airport, about 9:10 to 9:15 p.m.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Wise County in Texas.
Ballpark in Arlington, whatever it's called now, Globe Life Field Stadium, Jerryland, Six Flags Over Texas, about 9:10 p.m. Kennedale, about 8:55 to 9 p.m. Joe Pool Lake, about 9:10 to 9:20. Alvarado, about 8:55 to 9. Cleburne, about 8:40 to 8:45. Joshua, about 8:45 to 8:50. Grandview, about 9 to 9:05. Itasca, about 9:05 to 9:10. Hillsborough, 9:10 to 9:15. Whitney, Lake Whitney State Park, 8:50 to 8:55. City of Hillsborough, about 9:10 to 9:15. So there's a timeline on that, which would bring this into Midlothian around 9:25 to 9:30. Downtown Dallas, probably closer to 9:30 to 9:40 p.m. this evening. This line of storms currently producing very heavy rainfall with a risk of flash flooding, localized damaging winds over 60 miles per hour, and small hail. No tornado warnings at this time. Let's switch back over from the how hard it's raining mode over to the how hard the wind's blowing mode. We're starting to see an enhancement here of damaging winds from Weatherford down to really right down Highway 50 or Highway 171 to Annetta, northeast of Granbury. We're seeing a surge here of winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour. We'll zoom in even further here. Annetta South down to Crescent. We could be seeing winds here along 171, all the new subdivisions being built, around 60 to 70 miles an hour. This is going to be moving northeast towards Aledo, Willow Park, and eventually Benbrook. So heads up there. We also have some strong winds all the way up to near Azle.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Parker County in Texas.
Like they are also seeing that wind indication. So that's just a continuation of the severe storm warning that was already in place. So pretty good line of storms rolling on into Tarrant County, Johnson County, Hill County, from Parker, Hood, Somerville, and Bosque counties. This line of storms moving northeast. I'll go ahead and put a loop on here. And again, we could have winds at times over 60 miles an hour. So this line moving east at about 30 to 35. Again, we're getting a pretty good surge of damaging winds. Over 60 miles an hour right now, just south of Weatherford, down 51 and 171 to 3450, 167, towards Lake Granbury. Eventually, this is going to be making its way to Crescent here in the next several minutes. And this activity, again, a lot of lightning, heavy rain, flash flooding. We're probably going to have street flooding, and definitely the potential for some wind gusts over 50 to 60 miles an hour. At this point, we're not seeing any indications of tornadic activity, just a lot of damaging straight line winds. I do want to reemphasize, though, even if we're talking about, a wind gust to 60, it doesn't really matter if, it's a 60 mile an hour wind gust or a 60 mile an hour spin up tornado. It's going to do the same damage. So, In this case, we're definitely monitoring for wind damage out of this activity as it continues moving east northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Looks like hurricane. It's not a hurricane yet, but it looks like Tropical Storm Melissa in the Caribbean's off to the races. Pressure down to 991 millibars. All right. Making sure we're not missing anything. I have a couple different screens here. We are starting to see a little bit of a rotation signature, though. Right here, just northwest of Crescent. Starting to see a little spin up occur here. Let me switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and that's going to be, again, pretty good surge of. Oh boy, that's a bad indication. Very strong signature of wind now. We're seeing winds now of nearly 90 miles an hour just west of Crescent. So again, just showed up here very close to the radar site, a very small but localized burst of extreme wind, very near FM 3450 and Highway 171, just northwest of Crescent. And we are seeing indications of a small circulation developing here just east of 171 now and 3450 in southeastern Parker County, just south of Annetta South. That is going to be near Bear Creek Road, southwest of Marvella Drive. And this is going to be moving northeast towards Kelly Road and then eventually up towards FM 1187 in southwestern Tarrant County. So again, pretty well-defined circulation just popped up, along with an extreme area of damaging winds here just northwest of Crescent. And that's going to be moving off to the northeast towards far southeastern Parker County and southwestern Tarrant County. So again, this thing just, a minute ago, it was happy hunky-dory, and then it went, and we went, spaghetti-o, and now that little hook pendant wrapping around right there. So again, just shows how quickly this can change from nothing to really quick. So that's what we have here, a little circulation that's spinning up really quick, just north of Crescent, just south of Aledo, moving towards Benbrook. If this continues, well, we'll see what it does next scan, right? We get data about every 2 minutes. So Aledo to Benbrook, keep an eye on this. This thing may go uh-oh-ville real quick. We've got very strong winds now just northwest of Crescent. Again, you saw that here. We have uh-oh colors. We've got winds showing up near 95 miles an hour just above the surface here near Crescent. So that could be a very localized but extreme downburst in progress. Kim Thompson, thank you for your super chat and kind words. We definitely appreciate it. Okay, so Azel, I know y'all are getting wind right now. Heavy rain and wind for sure. Not seeing any super duper rotation up there, though, so that's good news. Down here, we're seeing some pretty nasty winds now from Crescent to near Annetta South. We'll have to see what that looks like here in just a second when we get the next radar update. This scan now is about 3 minutes old, so in 3 minutes, moving at 35 miles an hour, this has moved northeast a little bit. So we'll see what we get next scan. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode, and we'll await that. I don't think they have sales mode on. That's very interesting. I don't know why the radar's not scanning more quickly here, but it is what it is. All right, so let me see. I'm off screen here. I'm going to see if we can't find a different way to look at this. Let me see if I could get a good scan from the terminal Doppler weather radar. Nope, not on that. I'll pull up this. So far away from that, though, it's not a good view. All right, what are we looking at here? Yeah, if I was in NWS chat right now, I'd probably ask for them to hit the sales button. Okay, there's the latest scan starting to come in. You can see it started just north of where we needed it to. But let's see how that switches around. Let's see what's happened here. You can see that hook is kind of filled in here. Now, let's see what the wind velocity looks like. That's going to come around and update in just a minute. Let's see. I wouldn't be shocked if the wind has calmed down considerably, but let's see what Mama Nature's doing here. And again, I'm We got to focus on some other storms as well. Here comes that live scan. Oh, come on. You can see, well, Godly, you've got wind. Oh, okay. So we have extreme wind continuing here. We're still getting winds that are over 80 to 90 miles an hour. Showing up here just north of Crescent. This is right north of Crescent, just north of 377, about to be on 377. So, hey, let's do this. If you are on 377 near 1187 in southwestern Tarrant County, from Crescent to Benbrook, go ahead and treat this like you would a tornado warning. We've got an extremely strong area of wind here, hurricane force wind showing up on radar, and we're looking very, very close to the radar site here in southwestern Tarrant County. We're looking only at about 1,000 feet here, so some of that wind is likely making it down, potentially producing higher end wind damage now with this activity coming up 377 from Crowley. So again, just northeast of Crowley now, up to Benbrook. Go ahead and treat this like you would a tornado warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor, put yourself in the center of your home or building. We want you away from windows as we have a very small but extreme pocket of winds that could be over 80 miles an hour here just north of Crescent, which is here at 171 and 377. This is going to be moving up Highway 377 towards 1187 and Benbrook. So this is going to be moving towards Kelly Road, Legacy Downs Drive, Pale Road, Bear Creek Road, Treetop Drive, McDaniel Road, Martha Lane, eventually 1187, Gorbin Drive, Romeo Lane. If I'm naming any roads near you, Westmoreland Road here in far southeastern Parker County. Heads up, you have extremely strong winds about to approach your location. Could be winds over 80 miles an hour here. And again, I'm going to switch to a different mode. There is a little pocket of rotation coming up on Bear Creek Road. That was a couple minutes ago, but it's still there. So we need to watch that very carefully. Now, let's zoom out. I want to make sure we don't have anything that we're missing here. Nasty line of storms coming into the Metroplex. Flash flooding from Sherman, Gainesville, all the way down to Decatur. Those are flash flood warnings with quite a bit of heavy rain and flooding. So we've got issues with that. Looking at the how hard the wind's blowing mode, again, you can see most of this is mostly behaved. Then you can see this pocket that goes from behaved to big, bad, very mad, where we go from, 40 mile an hour winds, 60 mile an hour winds near Annetta South, Willow Park 60, and then you go to near Crescent and we go from 60 to 90 because apparently Mother Nature hates everyone in Crescent right now. Sorry. And that's moving up 377 towards Burleson. Now, hopefully that'll start to take a chill pill and calm itself down here shortly, but it may not. So we need to be very mindful of that and be careful. So those of you just northeast of Crescent, the potential for 90 mile an hour winds as this moves northeast up Highway 377 into southwestern Tarrant County and near Benbrook. Now, hopefully it calms down soon. And that is good. It's not widespread, by the way. We're talking a couple miles wide. It's a microburst. Now, Godly all the way down to 67, southwest of Cleburne. 1134 down to Fisherman's Paradise. We've got storms rolling east-northeast. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour. Heavy rain and a lot of lightning. And again, we're going to see some flooding out of this in the Metroplex, I think. Yeah, we're dealing with the strong winds right now, but we definitely have the potential for flooding to occur as well. All right, storms leading edge as well. Meridian, Cranfill's Gap to east of Avant, all the way down to Lampasas. We could have winds maybe 40 to 50 miles an hour, maybe 60. Heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning, etc. We're getting a lot of extreme rainfall rates in Parker County. Again, we probably had over 4 to 5 inches of rain in the last 80 minutes in Parker County. So flooding is a problem there. Lampasas, it's about to storm for sure. Farther southwest, let's take a look at the storm that is in the Western Hill Country. I did say Burleson instead of Benbrook, but Burleson, you're eventually going to get storms as well. Northwest of Rock Springs, southeast of Sonora, you can see this nasty complex of storms moving southeast, the potential for hail, quarters, Wind 60 miles an hour. Thank you, Matthew Stevenson, for your generous super chat. Appreciate it. And then we've got storms moving towards the Sinkhole State Park area, natural area, and eventually towards the community of Rock Springs. Storms near Junction, storms all the way to northwest of Del Rio. It is going to rain in Del Rio soon. All right, so let's go back up here. Got a radar update. Let's take a look at the latest winds. You can see they have calmed down a little bit. We're still seeing some winds over 60, 70 miles an hour now on Highway 377 near the Tarrant Parker Hood County line. This is going to be near Pate Road, coming up to Kelly Road, a couple miles southwest of 1187. This is right now about 3 miles southwest of 1187 and 377, moving northeast towards Benbrook. Winds could be over 60 to 70. Little pocket of spin west of 1187, a couple miles north of 377. Just a lot of wind here right now with this thunderstorm. A lot of cloud to ground lightning, a lot of wind, very heavy rain. This activity is going to keep moving on east overnight the next 2 hours. So if you're in DFW, there's no doubt about it. Everyone in DFW is going to get stormed on with heavy rain in the next 2 hours as this activity moves in from the west. So there's no question about that. We've got winds probably over 60 miles an hour now or in pockets of up to 60 from Willow Park to Azle, all the way down to Aneta, Aledo. Could have 70 mile an hour winds northeast of Crescent. And all that's moving up towards Fort Worth. Heavy rain could cause street flooding, quick rises on creeks and streams in the flood stage. A lot of low-lying spots may flood as well, so going to be mindful of that. So as we take a look out, I'll just let this loop for a second, and then we'll take a look at the timeline going into the night across Texas. Paul, thanks for your generous super chat. All right. So again, as this line of storms across, North Texas from Sherman to Sainer to west of Fort Worth to Cleburne, west of Hillsborough moves east at about 35 miles an hour. Strongest storms have winds over 60. Some storms in this line, 30 to 40 mile an hour winds. They all have lightning. They all have heavy rain. Same thing goes for all these storms extending all the way down to hill country. So let's talk about timing. And to do that, we're going to clear everything off the map. I'm going to load the high-res rapid refresh model. And again, this is going to only be a projection, a guesstimate. It may be off by an hour or two, so keep that in mind, but it's been doing decently today. So I'm going to load this data. I'm going to let it play very quickly in a couple loops, and I'm going to grab a water bottle. And this will hopefully give an estimate of the timeline overnight, and then I'll come back and verbally describe it here in just a second. But if you're in the eastern 2/3 of Texas, it's going to storm tonight. Not a lot of hail right now. I may or may not have a cookie. All right, so let's continue. So if you're in the eastern half of Texas, you're getting storms tonight or tomorrow morning. Thank you, Kona, for your generous super chat. Austin, let's say 12 to 3 a.m. San Antonio, 12 to 3 a.m. Multiple rounds of storms, though, in San Antonio. 12 to 3 is the first line. More after that. It may be a little sooner in San Antonio, too.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kimball and Sutton County in Texas.
So Houston, let's say 4 to 7 a.m. arrival, Bryan College Station, 1 to 4 a.m. And there's going to be more storms tomorrow afternoon and evening, by the way. So, yes. And yes, I just ate a cookie on air. I'll be very happy when I am back in my new office with my happy office chair. So, let's go back to the radar. You can see here, line of storms entering the Metroplex now from Sanger to Ponder to Hazlitt. Could have winds 40 to 50 miles an hour with that. Azle to Lakeside to Benbrook to Godley to Cleburne could have winds of 50 to 70 miles an hour, especially with this activity from near Aledo to Benbrook, just west of Crowley. We're seeing some pretty impressive pockets of wind with that. And we're definitely going to be mindful of that. Not a lot of hail with this, thankfully. Some small hail, but not crazy hail. What kind of cookie is this? Just chocolate? I have people asking because
Chocolate chip.
chocolate chip. Yeah, pretty good. Chocolate chip. Kyle, thanks for that generous super chat. Thank you. So we're still seeing some pretty strong winds here on 377, very near 1187, near Bella Dio Drive, Bella Plazo Drive, down to Modena Drive, Lori Lane, up to Bella Creek Parkway and Tiger Trail. Could have winds well over 60 miles an hour. Enough to cause shingles to go flying, fences come down, power outages. Otherwise, it's raining all over Tarrant County now. We'll have heavier storms come in from the west. And again, flooding's going to be a big concern with this activity this evening with street flooding, etc. You could see severe storm warnings continue Tarrant, Johnson Hill counties. No, I did not just stuff an entire cookie in my mouth. This line of storms also, in a less intense state, extends from Meridian to Clifton to Gatesville to Lampasas. Could have some strong winds over 50 miles an hour with that. Heavy rain and lightning. And yes, for those of you asking for a dog cam, you might eventually get it next year. Ask my better half. So, we'll keep an eye on this activity. Farther southwest in the hill country, kind of a break in the line from, we got some rain near Llano. Mason, not much right now. Gillespie County, not much right now. Fredericksburg, you're fine for now. Though you're probably going to have some storms and rain coming in from the west later. Please do not attack my new home. We've got hailers southeast of Sonora, southwest of Junction, moving off to the east at about, let's see, they've got it moving at 40. Could have hail up to the size of $half or quarters. And localized damaging winds. Again, that's all moving east-southeast. I'll let that loop. In Benbrook, you're definitely about to get hit with some strong winds. We'll go ahead and come back to this now. And again, this is the how hard to training mode. Hopefully, as I'm not about to sneeze. Yep. Excuse me. That was unpleasant. Hopefully, your speakers didn't just blow out like my nose did. Here is the how hard the winds blow mode. Again, this is not great. Those of you in Benbrook, we're seeing winds over 70 miles an hour now coming into town. Tiger Trail, all the way down to near Old Granbury Road, St. Francis Village Road, Rocky Creek Park Road. Nasty wind. This is about to cross over Alta Mesa Boulevard, approaching the Chisholm Trail Parkway there, over to Wiscott Road and Highway 377. Winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour. Damaging winds for sure from Benbrook, approaching Crowley, and eventually into southwest Fort Worth, riding up 377 and then jumping on over the Chisholm Trail Parkway. So we also have winds that are over 60 miles an hour, likely on Interstate 20 and Interstate 10 out here. Interstate 10, wrong side of the state. Interstate 20 and 30 out here east of Aledo, west of Fort Worth. That's going to be moving off to the northeast. Thank you, Guava Ball, for establishing the cookie fund. And then as this activity continues from south of Benbrook, again, we're seeing some nasty wind with this, even some pockets over 80 miles an hour possible. Moving into Benbrook, up into South Fort Worth. So definitely some higher end wind possible as this activity continues moving through Benbrook towards South Fort Worth and eventually towards downtown Fort Worth. In this case, I'm more confident of these winds because we're looking very near the radar site. The radar site, by the way, is right here in Burleson. So we are looking, right now, we're only looking about 500 feet above the surface. So a lot of that is going to translate down. So, the radar shows 80, it might be 70 to 75. Still very nasty winds for sure. So again, when we're close to the radar, confidence is higher. And again, that is because the radar beam goes out in a straight line from the radar. The Earth curves. So as you get farther away from the radar, the beam becomes higher up above the Earth's surface. So in this case, though, the radar is like 5 miles over, a pretty good representation of what's going on near surface level. So that is why we have higher confidence. So yes, a big thank you to all those watching, by the way. It is 8:51 p.m. here on October 24th, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're about to get a new velocity scan here. Let's see what's going on. It's never good when it stops right there and you've still got blue, but you can see we've got a pretty strong pocket of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind still showing up here in Benbrook over to Crowley, Edgecliff Village. It's about to get really windy. Thank you, Old Media Guy and Julia Childs, for your generous super chats. Well, but Sierra's Rod Hardy, part of moving down to the hill country is getting to sit down with the locals and learn
A
how
new
to
severe
pronounce towns
thunderstorm
correctly.
warning
That's
has been
one
issued for
thing
Edwards,
I definitely
Kinney, and
enjoy.
Valverde County in Texas.
And yeah, that'll come with experience. So we also have strong winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour up from near Aledo to Lakeside, Eagle Mound Lake, Lake Worth Village. Definitely a pretty good surge of wind coming in with that as well. So winds 50, 60, even over 70 miles an hour possible from Eagle Mound Lake down through Aledo. It'll be ending in Aledo shortly. Benbrook, it's right in there right now over to Edgecliff Village, moving up towards south sides of Fort Worth, and Everman. Weatherford, it's over. It's still raining. Mineral Wells, it's over. It's still raining. Heavy rain in Wise County. No more severe storms there with this. Cook County, same thing. Heaviest rain off east now. Leading edge of the storm, Joshua Cleburne down to Blum, Rio Vista, moving off to the east at about 35 miles an hour. Thank you, Joe W. and Stephanie Kerr, for your generous super chats. Appreciate it. All right, let's take a look at that new severe warning. This is going to include Del Rio. So we've got a severe storm warning, I believe, for Kinney County. This is going to be for Kinney County, Edwards County, Valverde County, It's going to be for a line of storms. 17 miles west of Loma Alta to the Seminole Canyon State Park to 18 miles west of Box Canyon, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So that is going to be include the city of Del Rio, Comstock. It's going to include Laughlin Air Force Base, Valverde Park, the Seminole Canyon State Park, Box Canyon. This includes 277, Pecos River Boat Ramp, Loma Alta, Lakeview. And again, yeah, nasty wind signature with this. So heads up, folks, from Del Rio all the way up 277 to near Cassandra, even over to Rock Springs. That line of storms coming in from the west. Nasty, nasty wind. Could be over 70 miles an hour with that. I don't really like this storm moving into Fort Worth either. So let's get back to that. We're hearing some wind damage out of the Granbury area. North of Granbury, it sounds like we have some sheds that have been damaged. Still very strong winds here in Benbrook. It's moving northeast towards Edgecliff Village and Fort Worth. Denton, at this point, this storm west of Denton near Ponder to Aurora is weaker. Could be some 40-mile-an-hour winds and heavy rain. No real big hail with that. Maybe small hail, pea size. Still watching this thing. I've definitely seen a little bit of a circulation trying to fire with this storm near Edgecliff Village. I mean, there's damaging winds. It's just I'm being a nerd and looking. But again, Edgecliff Village, Benbrook. This storm's moving northeast up 377, the Chisholm Trail Parkway, about to intersect, 183.20 at the Chisholm Trail Parkway with some very strong winds, heavy rain. Sean Morgan, thank you very much for your generous super chat, and thank you for your kind words as well. And to those asking, is that a very small hook forming right here? It is. You can kind of see it here, how it wraps around like that. Enhanced area of damaging winds there. We'll switch back over to the velocity. As you can see, yeah, we got some very strong winds right here. Very small area of circulation as well. I mean, for sure. So there is a little circulation here now. We're seeing more rotating winds than we were a few minutes ago. Look, there's still probably 60 to 70 mile an hour winds here. It's just, we're talking small scale stuff here. There might be a brief tornado trying to occur in the sense of 70 mile an hour straight line winds or 70 mile an hour spin up tornado. Well, again, it's not a whole significant difference, but we're watching it carefully. But definitely cannot rule out a quick spin-up tornado with this very near Interstate 20, near Edgecliff Village. Very near 731 McCart Avenue. So we'll have to watch this carefully, those of you in South Fort Worth. Hemphill Street, 35W, near I-20 up to South Fort Worth. Heads up, this thing is starting to try to spin up into more of a quick spin up tornado look. So it's not entirely out of the question we end up having an issue with this. They may have to put a small tornado warning out for southern Tarrant County. This thing and its damaging winds again, right there, moving like this towards Forest Hill, south at southeast sides of Fort Worth, eventually Pantego and Arlington. So we're going to see. But damaging winds for sure, but can't completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado. Now, let's make sure we're not missing anything else. We've got Parker County starting to clear out. Denton County, you've got heavy rain moving in with quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. Could see some street flooding with that. Johnson County down to Hill County, you've got a line of storms from Joshua to Keene, Rio Vista to Blum, to just west of Lake Whitney State Park, and it's going to be moving east at about 35 miles an hour. The potential for strong winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, heavy rain, small hail. Not a big hail issue, but definitely we're watching it. So outside of that, storms Clifton to Gatesville. Those are not severe right now, so maybe some gusty winds, but not crazy strong winds. The storm near Lampasas, I'd say it's looking weaker. Definitely the potential for maybe some winds near 55 miles an hour near Copper's Cove, moving off to the east towards Fort Hood and Killeen. Otherwise, down into the hill country, storms are far less organized right now, a broken line, but we do note heavy rain right now in Junction, a pretty nasty hailer showing up north of Rock Springs, southwest of Junction. That one might actually be producing some decent hail. And then we've got storms with strong winds all the way down now, approaching Laughlin Air Force Base, Del Rio Highway 277. Pretty potent amount of wind with this as well. So that's a pretty strong area of wind activity as well from Del Rio to south of Sonora, moving east towards Laughlin Air Force Base and Rock Springs. Thank you, Sean, for your generous super chat. Vincent, you want to know how Alvarado is? Alvarado is about to get in on the storm. You're going to have some strong west winds, heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning with that. So buckle down. We're just waiting for the next radar scan here. And again, it's pouring in Tarrant County. We're going to have a flash flooding issue. Strongest winds likely across the southern half of the county based on how things look. And yeah, we're still keeping a close eye on this hook. I'm going to actually turn off smoothing. We're so close to the radar, it doesn't even matter. It's still pretty smooth. But here comes the latest scan. Oh boy, you see how it's... Look at this right there. You can see how it's doing that. So that's your little hook there. That's going to be in South Fort Worth. That's going to be very near. Well, I'll tell you in just a second. Almost. I think we have a tornado debris signature. Yeah. I think we have a TDS. So I think we do have something going on here. Right there. I think we do have a spin up tornado down. Yeah, it's always risky to say that, but yeah, we do. We have a spin-up tornado right here. So I am pretty confident we did just have a quick spin-up tornado now in South Fort Worth, just north of Edgecliff Village. This is the tornado debris detector mode. You can see it's not a strong signature, but it's definitely a signature that suggests we have something that has been lofted aloft. So again, that is going to be very near Berry Street, just west of 35W. Here's the how hard it's raining mode. Here's your velocity. It's not strong, but I do think based on this signature, we probably did just have a quick spin up tornado down for maybe a few seconds. Now, again, I want to be clear. We don't issue tornado warnings, but based on the data, I'm pretty confident we did just have a brief tornado. It would be very near right now. Hemphill Street, Bridgeton Street, and again, just west of 35W near Bidston Street, moving north towards Berry Street, not 35W. That's going to be mile marker 46 to 40, or excuse me, 47 to 48. And again, I don't think this is going to be around long, but I do think just based on this, based on that very impressive hook signature, based on that little signature here that suggests we have some debris that has been lofted, it's not a super strong signature, but there is some vertical continuity with it. So we probably did have a quick spin up here in South Fort Worth. So, I mean, straight line wind damage of 70 miles an hour or a quick spin up tornado of 70 miles an hour, there's not a whole lot of difference here. We're kind of just picking at straws, but there's definitely something here I don't like in this signature. So I'd be On guard for sure. And we've been on guard because we've had damaging winds coming up with this storm all the way since it was down near Crescent. So, again, definitely a look to it. And we're very near the radar site, so we can be nitpicky. You can see there's your hook echo right there, cutting on around. And again, with that, a weak circulation, a little bit of a signature that's questionable, but yeah. Abby, for Duncanville, it is low, not completely zero, but low. And again, this storm, as it moves through Fort Worth, we're going to lose some of the velocity data simply because it is so close to the radar site. So don't let the sudden decrease in velocities trick you. Now we're going to switch to a different radar site that has a different look. And again, you can actually see it pretty well with this. You can see there's your hook echo, your velocity signature. So again, just because the radar site there, we're still seeing winds of over 60 miles an hour here on the south side of Fort Worth, about to cross over Highway 287, southeast of downtown, about to cross over 180 Division Street by the time you get to Arlington, Grand Prairie. 820, the east side loop, and then I-30. So those of you on the west sides of, say, Delaware, Arlington Gardens, Pantego, Arlington, you've got a thunderstorm moving your way, and that has the potential of producing damaging winds, and the threat of a tornado is not zero with this storm. You know, looking at that signature, looking at the vertical continuity with it, I'm not saying it was strong, but I do think we did have a quick spin-up tornado here in South Fort Worth in the last several minutes. Hopefully all it did was lost some fallen leaves, but no reports of damage at this point, but I do think something happened. Yeah, it's just such, that signature's too, yeah. So we'll see, but the good news is that whatever it was is gone now based on the latest radar scan in terms of any sort of a questionable debris signature. So here's the latest scan. You can see it is pouring, it is storming in downtown Fort Worth all the way down towards areas just west of Pantego. Here's the latest velocity. A very, very strong winds showing up here, 70 plus mile an hour winds east side of Fort Worth approaching Highway 180. Approaching Interstate 30. Evermond, if you're getting heavy rain right now, you're getting some wind, but at this point you've got straight line winds over 60 possible. Evermond down to Alvarado. So we're going to be watching this carefully. And again, probably some very strong winds out here in East Fort Worth now. Could be over 70 mile an hour winds with the potential for some wind damage out here. And again, straight line winds, maybe a spin up tornado. I'm not really, the difference is minuscule if we're being honest about it here. We're not talking about something that's, you know, been down or going to stay down. But again, can't completely rule out a quick spin up tornado in addition to damaging winds. Now, let's zoom out. It's storming in Denton County. That storm is not severe up here. It's just a good old heavy rain, some lightning, some gusty winds. The storm from Fort Worth, east side of Fort Worth, has that nasty wind with it, and we probably have some strong winds all the way down through Burleson and Cleburne. This is a embedded supercell here over Fort Worth, a kind of a complex scenario here, but with definitely a embedded supercell structure with it. And because of that, well, unfortunately, a bit of an enhanced threat of wind damage. So, yeah, we definitely have very strong winds. What time was this? 2 minutes ago. We're seeing winds right now over 70 miles an hour, at least a couple minutes ago. Rosedale Street at Oakland Boulevard, probably, you know, Rosedale to Highway 180 at Oakland Boulevard up to I-30 with this. And again, you can kind of see that here with this little punch in the storm. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, you can see that in the enhanced coloring scale here, winds showing up over 75 miles an hour. I don't know why sales mode isn't on. Nor you can set the radar to scan surface level every about 2 minutes. That's not activated on this radar, so we're only getting surface scans about every 4 minutes, which, well, it is what it is, but it's not particularly helpful in this case of rapid low-level circulation evolution. We're about to get an updated radar scan here. This is kind of moving right at Jason, isn't it? That's unfortunate. Let's see what's going on with the latest scan. Again, I'll switch back over to the velocities. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Tarrant County. You know, I hate to say this. I really do. But I think we have a spin-up tornado just east of downtown Fort Worth. I'm not saying it's strong. I'm not saying it's anything that is, crazy. Let me turn off smoothing. Let me show you what we're looking at here. This right here. Very small, right? Well, look at the velocity. Look at that velocity differential right there. There might be a very, very, very small, unless it's a radar artifact, but looking back in data, there's no artifacts that have been there. So that might have been a quick little spin up there, just east of downtown Fort Worth. Regardless, I'm done nitpicking over it. Definitely a lot of very strong winds showing up here over East Fort Worth. If we did have a quick spin up, by the way, that would have been near Riverside Drive, just north of Interstate 30, so just east of downtown. We're seeing winds over 60 miles an hour on radar data near Rosedale Street and Highway 180 East Lancaster Avenue. That is going to be approaching Wilson Road, Meadowbrook Drive, eventually up to Interstate 30 at Wheeler Boulevard, Oakland Boulevard, and eventually the East Loop at Interstate 30. Craig Street, Yeager Street, Can Drive. So that's those pink colors there in East Fort Worth. We're seeing this storm moving northeast, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. So we definitely have damaging winds with this storm. East side of Fort Worth, heavy rain. It's going to be moving northeast towards Haltom City, North Richland Hills, Bedford, Hearst, etc. So definitely the potential for 60 to 70 miles an hour wind. And a lot of heavy rain. So again, this storm, you can see, is actually an interesting moving off to the northeast, east-northeast. Heavy rain, lightning, strong winds, at times over 60 miles an hour. And that's why the Weather Service has a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Now, the good news is the wind signature has calmed down considerably. So we have maybe some 50, maybe at times over 55 to 60 mile an hour winds from northeast Fort Worth, Arlington, down to Mansfield. Still seeing a pocket of what could be winds over 60 right at the East Loop and Interstate 30 coming up on Sandy Lane, Etterville Road, John T. White Road, and eventually that's going to be approaching Cooks Lane, Interstate 30 there at mile marker 23, east of the East Loop. Otherwise, this indicates winds. We're probably seeing winds out here maybe 50 to 60 miles an hour. So there we go with that. Again, storms are going to be approaching Venus, Grandview, Itasca, down to Hillsborough in the next 20 minutes. Aledo, you are clear. This is now east of Aledo. It's still raining. You might have some gusty winds. On the backside of these storms, but Aledo, it's just rain at this point. Clifton, Gatesville, and Lampasas, you've got some storms that are less intense. You could have some gusty winds, brief heavy rain, lightning, but nothing that is qualified as severe. Severe being 58-mile-an-hour winds or higher, 1-inch diameter size hail or larger, or tornadic. Down here in the hill country, we've got storms from near Burnett to north of Fredericksburg here on Highway 87. Those are moving east-southeast with locally heavy rain. Junction, you've got a severe storm southwest of town, about to cross over 377. That's going to be a problem with hail, strong winds. And then we've got a pretty good cluster of storms crossing over 377 from west of Rock Springs, south of Sonora, to now just north of Del Rio. And this is showing very strong winds out here. Could be winds over 8 or over 70 miles an hour, with the worst of that expected to stay north of 90 for a while, staying north of Del Rio. All right, let's go back to North Texas. Trenton, you're going to be getting in on these storms here later. You've still got a while, but you've got rain. Worst of the storms are off to your west for now. Gusty winds and lightning possible. Lake Whitney and Whitney, you're in it. It's arriving in the next few minutes with gusty winds and heavy rain. All right, let me do something with this chair. Oh, seen a little bit of a surge in wind over Mansfield. Oh, good. They've activated the sales mode. That is convenient. So we're going to see that correlation coefficient earlier. We'll have to see. That was real close to the radar. It'd be interesting if that was one of the first false alarm cases we've seen in a long time. It can happen in the fall with leaves, but it's not too common. I'll have to go back and look at some data, but that definitely had an interesting signature for sure from the Fort Worth radar. Haven't heard any damage reports yet, which is good. We did have a 67-mile-an-hour wind gust here off I-20 in Kennedale, 67-mile-an-hour wind gust from amateur radio at 9:02 p.m. So it's pouring and storming in Tarrant County. We're still getting a pretty good wind signature here in Hearst, northwest sides of Arlington. Could be getting some winds over 50 to 60 miles per hour. Heavy rain. We're going to have to watch for street flooding out here as well. That is for sure. All right. So it's raid in DFW. If you're flying in and out of Love Field, I'm sorry. It's just not a great time right now. Patty Woods and Mary, thank you very much for your generous super chats. Otherwise, Waco, you've got some showers moving north right now. Let's take a look at the statewide view. Let's do that, and then we're going to take a look at the HER model, give you all a sense of the timing heading into the overnight hours into tomorrow. Let me clear out a lot of this data. All right. So again, outdoor warning sirens can be sounded for damaging winds, hail, etc. The criteria set to local municipalities. Remember, folks, they're there to warn out people outdoors, so keep that in mind. For most in North Texas, I believe it's golf ball size hail, 65 to 70-mile-an-hour winds, and of course tornadoes, but it can vary. All right. So again, pretty good line of storms now making their way from west to east across Texas. A good number of these storms are behaving. Winds under 50, some heavy rain and lightning. Definitely some pockets of stronger wind. We're still seeing some winds near 55 to 60 miles an hour near South Precinct Line Road and Randall Mill Road on north side of Arlington. We're seeing winds, 40, 50, maybe over 60 from near, well, pretty much along 360 from Interstate 30 all the way down towards 287, Mansfield, northwest of Midlothian, Venus, and Grandview. So, and then, of course, this line of storms now extending across the hill country, building back into the northern Edwards Plateau. You can see that is becoming more solid, and a good number of those storms are behaving. Now, the storms that are from near Del Rio up 277 to south of Sonora have a lot of wind with them. Those are going to be moving east towards 377, 674, 25, 23, and eventually places like Brackettville to Rock Springs. Those have some pretty strong winds with them. Otherwise, this activity in central Texas is on the weaker end for now, but it might start picking up some higher winds. Looks like we've got a severe thunderstorm warning coming out for Dallas County. We'll hear about that in just a moment.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallas and Tarrant County in Texas.
So there you go. That is just a continuation of this severe warning up here in Tarrant County. Thank you, Johnette Johnson and Tasha, for your generous super chats. So again, this is for line of storms moving across DFW, winds of about 65 to 70. Whatever rotation we had earlier has dissipated. So that is good. But, again, damaging winds of 60 to 70 or a quick spin up tornado of 60 to 70, both are going to do about the same thing in this case. So we'll definitely have to be keeping an eye on things. I find the reports of damage at this point good.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Edwards and Kerr County in Texas.
Joseph out of Tioga. Oh, the heater's been turned on. That's interesting. Tioga, let me look. Tioga, you're in the worst of it right now. Yeah, you've got heavy rain, but your risk of issues is diminishing. Yeah, it's still windy in Fort Worth for sure. DFW again, Irving, DFW Airport, Arlington, Dallas, pretty much the whole Metroplex and Dallas County, which isn't the whole Metroplex, but that's what's going to happen. You're going to have some strong winds, a lot of lightning, probably some flash flooding. And out of curiosity, I'm going to pull up power outages. And yeah, looks like we're running about 25,000 right now. Let me see what we have in terms of counties. Yeah, we've got about 22,000 without power customer wise with Encore and Tarrant County, so that solidifies the wind element. All right, so I promised y'all I'd give you a timeline. Let me quit horsing around here and actually do that. So I'm going to clear everything off this map. We're going to press some buttons. We're going to load the data. And this is just to give a base timeline for this overnight. In fact, I can load out to probably Sunday morning. Thank you for the report, Trevor, and your generous super chat. Appreciate it. So I'm going to actually load this out through 7 a.m. Sunday. So this is going to give us a couple days worth of data. Now, I'm going to let this just sit here for a minute and load. This is what the HER model has at midnight, by the way. So if data ends up being a bit slow on this, we may have to adjust the timeline a little more quickly, but that's okay. All right, that is loaded. So the HER says, this line of storms will make it through Southeast Texas, East Texas by 7 a.m. Notice storms continue behind it in the coastal plains, South Central Texas. Another round of storms. North Texas, Central Texas, South Central Texas, Brazos Valley, Coastal Plains, Southeast Texas, East Texas, Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening before exiting Texas early Sunday morning. Heavy rain, flood risk. Some of these storms have hail, especially when we get the individual storms again tomorrow afternoon. Strong winds, and yes, there is some risk for spin-up tornadoes. The overall tornado risk is low. We're not talking about angry, spaghetti-o, spinny, dooms everywhere, and not a Baldy-in-Chief hair to spare. We're not doing that, but, some of these are going to pack a punch. I'm concerned about how much rain we're going to get out of this activity, and I'm definitely concerned we're going to have localized flooding. In fact, let's do this. I'm going to press some buttons. I'm going to go ahead and Joey Real, thank you so much. And Robster, thank you so much for your generous super chats. Let me load how much rain this model shows over the next day and a half. Now, this is just an estimation based off of one model. Doesn't mean we're going to see that data verified in the exact places, but it at least gives a general depiction of where we may have the heaviest rain. So let me press this. And I'm just going to load this through 7 a.m. Sunday. Oh, look, it's going to rain. And this just goes to show this evening through 7 a.m. Sunday, look, I mean, we're seeing some spots here. That's, what, is that Gillespie County? Fredericksburg, for example. HER model showing almost 6 inches of rain between now and Sunday morning. Showing over 6 inches of rain up in Gillespie County. Northern parts of McLennan County, this model shows extreme amounts near 9 inches. That's not necessarily going to verify. Rain totals over 5 inches in parts of DFW. So a good amount of rain likely to fall over the next day and a half, the eastern half of Texas, especially along north of I-10, or at least north of a line from Del Rio to Victoria. You can see some folks are going to get over 5 inches of rain. The most extreme case, someone may get 9 inches of rain. So if that happens, we're going to have issues with flooding. I'm not saying it's going to be widespread, but we're going to watch for it because, well, Mother Nature does not like when she is not paid attention to. So we're going to pay attention and be smart, and we're just going to share the latest with you. So that's all we can do. Again, we have no tornado warnings coming up to 9:30 p.m. We've got severe storm warnings from Hillsborough to Venus and Midlothian, all the way up 360 through Grand Prairie, Arlington, up to DFW Airport in Euless, and then back over to North Richland Hills. Kind of a comma head signature, honestly. Now up here, definitely QLCS-ish, nice comma shape. With that, could be a foreboding factor of some higher winds. And again, we're seeing pockets of 50 to 60 mile an hour winds here. We're not seeing extremely high wind data now, which is good, but again, could still have some wind gusts over 65 miles an hour as this line of storms moves east across 360 and out towards, Loop 12, the President George Bush Turnpike. And then eventually Dallas County. Sounds like we've got a new severe storm warning coming on in.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kimball County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be out here in the hill country. Let's take a look. We've got some rowdy storms. We've got a severe storm just southwest of Junction, down 377 to Highway 41. We're seeing some strong winds with that. The potential for some maybe quarter-size hail, heavy rain that could cause flooding, especially in low-lying spots. That storm's moving east at 40, generally towards, well, Kerrville and Fredericksburg, Harper. Otherwise, nasty little line of storms along 277, moving towards 377, down Highway 55, all the way almost down to Del Rio. That line of storms moving east, pretty good wind signature with that. We'll switch to the Brackettville radar, Laughlin Air Force Base. You can see, holy mother of mercy, we got very strong winds out here, just east of 377, north of Del Rio. We could have winds over 85 miles an hour showing up on radar. Thankfully, not as strong as they get near Del Rio, so hopefully Del Rio doesn't get blasted with that. But we know tail end Charlie, supercell west of Del Rio here, that may cross the border into Del Rio from Akana, and that could have hail with it in addition to very strong winds. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. By the way, this is a good time to mention, if you haven't already, you can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We have a free app, You can watch us in our free app. You can get your local forecast in your app down to your neighborhood, wherever you are in the United States, and even in some cases internationally. So you can always do that. We have interactive weather radars and more. All right. Beep, beep, beep. Look, caffeine. So let's switch to the statewide view and give y'all a sense of what things look like motion-wise, because I know staring at a bucket of stationary spilled paint is like listening to me ramble on. All right, looks like a severe storm warning for Edwards Kerr. Okay, that's going to be out here. Big, bad, very mad.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Edwards, Kerr, Kinney, Real, Uvalde, and Val Verde County in Texas.
It's down the northern Edwards Plateau with that stuff near Del Rio. So that's a big severe warning we can take a look at in a minute. But you can see storms are making decent progress off to the east. Southeast. Boy, stretching the back. I miss my chair. All right, so let's take a look at that new severe warning. DFW, we do have storms still moving through. If you're in Denton and McKinney, those storms to Little Elm are not severe. There's lightning, there's heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds, but that's about it. We do have stronger winds moving across, DFW Airport down to Irving, to Grand Prairie, to Cockrell Hill soon, crossing the Mound Creek Lake Bridge. Mound Creek Lake Bridge. Mound Creek. Yeah, that sounds right. Down to Cedar Hill, Midlothian, Maypearl, to Hillsboro. Some localized winds that could be over 55 miles an hour. The winds have come down, thankfully. So we're doing better right now. Storms down to the hill country, central Texas. It's going to rain soon in Waco. Even places like Austin, probably the next couple of hours. San Antonio, you've still got several hours to go. Those storms are still out west in the hill country from near Junction to west of Fredericksburg, west of Hoppa, west of Mountain Home to Hunt, west of Ingram to west of Kerrville, back to near Del Rio. So let's take a look at that new severe warning. Looks like we have a LSR. Let's see what the wind is. 55-mile-an-hour wind gust south of the Seminole Canyon State Park. We'll pop this radar on. You can see pretty good Boeing segment here. From Del Rio up to west of Rock Springs, very strong winds with this as well. Again, seeing some very strong winds. These are going to be moving southeast towards Camp Wood, Leakey, eventually in the next hour towards Laughlin Air Force Base, Brackettville, Spofford, Valverde Park. A lot of wind. Let's see what the Storm Prediction Center has to say in their little DFWMD. Okay, well, I'm not completely out of my mind then. All right, so again, Camp Wood to Brackettville, Spofford, Leakey, Rock Springs. You're about to get in on it with some pretty heavy rain, strong winds, a little bit of hail, a lot of lightning. Again, some of these could have wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. So heads up to Del Rio to Brackettville to eventually Uvalde. Camp Wood, Rock Springs. Severe storms on the way from the west, moving east southeast at 45 miles an hour. We've got storms from southwest of Junction moving east towards Interstate 10. Eventually, those are going to be crossing over I-10 from near Junction all the way down to Highway 479 or Ranch 479, Highway 290, the split off there, all the way down eventually to mile marker 484. And from there, it'll just continue on, eventually making it to Kerrville on 10 and Harper on 290. West of Fredericksburg. So that storm has the potential of some hail and some strong winds. But for right now, that one is south of Junction near the Kerr Wildlife Management area. As I try to pop my back. All right, so let's go back to DFW. Flash flood warnings continue. Gainesville to Decatur to Weatherford. The rain in all those areas will start winding down soon. You see this nasty mesovortex. That's what this is called, by the way. You can see how it's a comma head back here. You got the leading edge of the winds out ahead of it. So it's windy here in Dallas County, that is for sure. And this activity will continue moving east at about, I think they've probably got it moving east at about 40 miles an hour. And again, there could be localized damaging wind pockets over 60 miles an hour. I don't want you to think this is one of these widespread hurricane events. It's not. You know, we've got gusty winds, probably 40, 50 miles an hour. There are pockets of stronger winds here. But again, we are far less, problematic. We're far less concerned now than we were earlier, but there's still some strong winds with this. A lot of heavy rain and flooding potential as well as it moves off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. All right, let's put this loop back on. Then I'm going to stand up and stretch. All right, so what I'm going to do is, well, if this camera follows me, good. I'm going to stand up and stretch. Oh, move this chair and pretend we're doing aerobics. No, we're not, but we'll pretend we have a standing desk for a moment at least. All right, as I hit my head on a chandelier. But as we deal with this, again, we're still monitoring this line of storms moving off to the east about 30 to 40 miles an hour. A lot of this is going to have heavy rain. We're going to have gusty winds and a lot of lightning. At this point, we haven't had any tornado warnings for a while. We had one tornado warning earlier for Parker County. We had one tornado warning for Palo Pinto County. We may have had a spin-up tornado just southeast of downtown Fort Worth. Maybe. If it happened, it was likely very weak. Otherwise, this line of storms extending all the way through the hill country and central Texas down into the Edwards Plateau. So we're going to keep a close eye on that, but we're doing okay. And again, we're going to be here all evening, all night, and keeping a very close eye on it. So what we're going to do, let's zoom back in here to the Fort Worth area. Switch over to a different product here. This is a terminal Doppler weather radar. The good news is we're just not seeing super strong winds. Now, let me preclude that by saying it doesn't mean we're not having any. It just means we definitely don't have crazy amounts of radar indication of that. So we got heavy rain, street flooding, strong winds, and lightning. Let's be honest, a bunch of buildings are probably going to get set on fire by lightning because that seems to be a DFW special when all this nonsense happens. But we don't have any areas of rotation. We don't have any indications of crazy damaging winds. Lightning, yes. Heavy rain, yes. Localized strong, the damaging winds, oh, sure. I mean, we could have some of those right over DFW Airport right now. But the good news is, no tornadoes, no baseball-sized hail. Up here in North Texas, no 90-mile-an-hour winds. Now, the exception being, down here in the Edwards Plateau, the potential exists for some very strong winds from Del Rio up to Rock Springs. We're seeing that here off the Laughlin Air Force Base radar. Winds over 80 miles an hour there. And again, that is way north of Brackenville, way northeast of Del Rio, west of Camp Woods. So Leakey, Camp Wood, eventually down to Uvalde, Bandera, Hondo. Eventually, y'all are going to have to deal with these storms in the next couple of hours. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a little break here, about a 10-minute break, and we're going to be back with your next weather update here in about 10 minutes at 9:55 p.m. And if something happens before then, we'll most definitely be back. But the streams aren't going anywhere. You're just going to get to listen to a little bit of music. If you're watching us on Facebook, come watch us over on YouTube. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers or head over to texasstormchasers.com /live. You'll be able to watch us there and on the Texas Storm Chasers website and mobile app. So we'll be back here in about 10 minutes with your next Texas Severe Weather Update, sooner if necessary. And I'm just going to press some buttons here to make that happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 9:57 p.m. here on the 24th of October, 2025. We are monitoring a line of thunderstorms. Most of them are behaving right now, but a few of them are having some rowdy issues, extending from near Del Rio to Rock Springs, Junction, Llano, Killeen, Waco, Dallas, Denton to Sherman. This line is going to continue moving east southeast overnight with the potential of localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, potential for a few spin up tornadoes, a lot of lightning, and a lot of heavy rain. May have just had a quick spin up, or at least an area of enhanced damaging winds over the west side of Carrollton near Cypress Waters over the last 15 minutes. Had a quick small circulation spin up there for just a couple of minutes, but otherwise, that is gone. So we're going to have to see what ends up being of that. We've heard plenty of reports of power outages and some power lines down across Fort Worth, especially south and east sides of town, which makes sense given the nastiness of earlier. Now, looking at this line of storms, the only storm producing severe winds right now is in Dallas County from Carrollton to Irving. The rest of this line, Waxahachie, Midlothian to Hillsborough to Waco to Killeen to Temple Bell right now is not severe. To be severe, you need to have wind gusts over 58 miles an hour, quarter size hail or larger, or a tornado. None of those criteria being met with the exception of this storm in Dallas County, right over downtown Dallas right now. Line of storms is going to keep moving east, southeast, about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So it's cooking and booking, meaning everybody out here, East Texas, Brazos Valley, you're all getting storms tonight into Saturday morning. It's just a matter of what time. And again, Waco storms are going to be rolling in here now. They're running ahead of schedule. So Houston, I was saying 3 to 6 earlier, maybe closer to 2 to 5 at this point. Bryan College Station, at this point, I'm just going to say midnight to 3 a.m. Austin. At this point, you may have storms rolling in here by midnight. We have storms San Antonio, probably still about 3 hours away. Could be a little sooner than that if storms develop a little closer. So that's your timeline. Jasper to Beaumont, I'll still say 3 to 6. It being 10 o'clock right now, so may end up being on the latter end of that, but still, we're going to be watching it. But down here in the Edwards Plateau, severe storms from Del Rio over to Rock Springs. You can see that cluster northeast of Del Rio is surging quickly to the southeast. That's where we have the potential of damaging winds over 60 miles an hour approaching Barksdale, Vance, Camp Wood, and eventually it's going to be getting its way down towards Bracketville and Spofford, and eventually Laughlin Air Force Base. Del Rio, we're getting winds right now of 45 miles an hour at the Laughlin Air Force Base Auxiliary Airfield just east of Del Rio. Del Rio International Airport, we got winds gusting to 42. And then we've got a hailer just west of Del Rio. That may cross east over the international border into Del Rio with a hail threat. So that all is going to keep moving southeast as well. So everyone's wondering, when are the storms going to arrive? Again, a line's going to be moving east-southeast about 30 to 40 all night. So Houston, I'm going to say 2 to 5. Bryan College Station, midnight to 3. Beaumont, 3 to 6. Austin, well, probably, it could be as soon as 11:30 to midnight. San Antonio, I'm still going to stick with about midnight to 2 to 3 a.m. Waco, I was saying, maybe midnight earlier. Well, now it's now. Same for DFW. So this line continues to move east-southeast quickly. Again, most of these storms right now are behaving, and for most of the night, that'll be the case. But still, some of these are going to become severe with a risk of damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Some of these storms, especially the ones farther south in the Edwards Plateau, could have hail. Some of these may produce quick spin-up tornadoes. And most of these will have a lot of lightning and heavy rain. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on things here through the evening and overnight hours. We're going to be doing updates about every 10 to 15 minutes as needed. And again, if we have any significant issues like tornadoes or hurricane force winds, we'll have live coverage continuing. But guess what? We're going to be here. We're going to be keeping an eye on things. The stream's not going anywhere. And You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So we're going to be here giving updates all evening and overnight. We'll be back here. Is it too loud? All right. We'll be back here at 10:15 with your next update. From me, if needed, I'll be back sooner. Otherwise, enjoy the music, enjoy the audible updates, and that warning scroll at the bottom of your screen. We'll be keeping an eye on things here. We'll be back here again in 12 to 13 minutes with your next update, sooner if necessary, as we continue to monitor a line of storms moving from west to east across really the eastern half of Texas at this point. All right, we'll be back.
storm is over. It's a new morning. It's something beautiful, oh so wonderful. I can feel it now. Sun comes through the clouds. It's a brand new day. Catching on like a wildfire. Feeling for a brand new start. Red is gone now. It's so much brighter. New song in my heart. Catching on like a wildfire. Feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone now. It's so much brighter. A new song in my heart.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kinney and Baldy County in Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is Friday, the 24th of October, 2025, 10:15 p.m. Central Time. We're monitoring a line of rowdy thunderstorms making their way across several regions of Texas this evening, from Texoma to North Texas, all the way down through Central Texas. the hill country, and portions of the northern Edwards Plateau. Currently monitoring a couple of these storms that are capable of producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour and maybe some minor hail. Now, most of these storms are behaving, but we still are going to be monitoring for a lot of lightning and some strong winds, as this entire line will make it out into either the Gulf and Louisiana by morning. So if you are east of this line, from Del Rio to Victoria, all the way to Arkansas and Louisiana, you're getting storms tonight. No question about it. So let's start from north to south. We have a line of storms that is moving east. This line continues to move at about 30 to 45 miles an hour, bringing heavy rain, lightning, and gusty winds to Texoma, eastern Texoma, beginning to move into northeast Texas and the Arklatex. We have a severe storm that just expired, so that storm's a weekend over Dallas. Gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning from near Den to Dallas to Waxahachie to Hillsboro to Waco down to Temple, Belton, Round Rock, Georgetown, now encroaching on Austin, but still probably another hour for Austin. Lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour. The storms are not currently qualified as severe. No tornadoes, no crazy wind, no hail. At least that's above the size of a pea. Back southwest, we have a line of storms now extending from, again, Georgetown and Round Rock all the way back southwest now to near Fredericksburg, northwest of Kerrville, to north of Uvalde, near Camp Wood and Leakey, to Del Rio. These storms near Del Rio are considered severe. Del Rio specifically, the potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And there may be some hail with this storm coming into Del Rio as well. I'll pause this real quick, see what this warning says. But again, if you're in Del Rio, heads up, the potential for golf ball size hail coming into town over the next few minutes from the west. So golf ball size hail possible in Del Rio as a severe storm moves in from Mexico. Moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So Laughlin Air Force Base in Del Rio. Heads up, this one is going to move into the city of Del Rio. Golf ball size hail, winds to 70 possible. Otherwise, Camp Wood up to just west of Ingram, the potential for 50, 60, even 70 mile-an-hour winds, especially with this part of the line that's closer to Brackettville, to Del Rio, Spofford, and Laughlin Air Force Base. Very strong winds possible with that activity. Otherwise, we're doing okay. A lot of these storms, they look mean, but they're really not all that mean right now. So hopefully that leaves a lot of anxiety and concerns. Again, the only severe storm warnings we have right now are with these storms down in the northern Edwards Plateau. That doesn't mean we're done for the night. We are going to be monitoring storms as they move southeast overnight into tomorrow morning, with the potential of some of these storms to produce winds over 60 miles an hour. Spin-up tornado threat is not completely zero, but it is low. Heavy rain that could cause localized flash flooding and lightning. After these storms, we're going to have more storms tomorrow into tomorrow night, with the potential of heavy rain and lightning. Some of those storms tomorrow afternoon and evening could also have strong winds and maybe a few tornadoes. We'll be watching southeast Texas tomorrow afternoon and evening for some tornado threat as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on things here. We're going to let the streams continue, and we'll pop in with updates as needed. But again, we're not doing too shabby right now, so we'll stick around. We'll get you back to the music, and we'll pop in with updates as needed. We'll continue being in the YouTube chats as well. So come on in, let us know where you're watching from, and you know what? I'll be in the chat here, even if I'm not talking verbally for a little while. We'll get you back to some of this music here in just a moment. So stick around. We'll keep updates coming. We'll keep the radar going as the tunes keep on playing.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gillespie, Kendall, and Kerr County in Texas.
All the lights they fall on your shoulders. Sun sets the city on fire behind you. See it all the same way. Now we're older. Today was golden. You are so beautiful. Today was golden. You are so beautiful. Today was golden. You are so beautiful to me. Autumn rain falling on the rooftops, calling birds of summer back south to wander. It's a chance to start again on the wing of remembrance. All the plans that we made in summer, they are shining memories, calling to each other. Trouble disappear in your atmosphere. Falling leaves, the horizon's on fire below. I hold on tightly to all that I've come to know. How we feel in the stillness, something special in the spell of the night. It's elemental, wild world in its perfect mess. It's the little things that make it all worth it. That make it all worth it. Winter chill and the snow is falling on the cedar still, and the freezing waters in an ethereal glow. The warmth of my coat. World of memories, all in perfect design. I hold on tightly to all that I've come to find. How
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kinney County in Texas. been issued for Bandera. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bandera, Gillespie, Guadalupe, Como, Hayes, Kendall, and Medina County in Texas. Kendall and Medina County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Blanco. A new tornado warning has been issued for Kendall County in Texas, Hayes, and Kendall County in Texas.